Chapter 634. He he he. The familiar heartless laughter that caused Chun Hao's balls to throb and hurt blossomed from Long Ting's delicate and beautiful face. Her eyes stared straight at Chun Hao. Even though she intentionally used this laughter to conceal it, there were too many things contained within it, and it was too heavy to the point that it was impossible to conceal them. Chun Hao stared at Long Ting. Once again, he had a feeling of being easily touched and rippling. Perhaps it was Long Ting's beautiful face that was as bright as a flower. Perhaps it was Long Ting's exquisite and alluring body. Perhaps it was Long Ting's fiery passion and initiative. Perhaps it was Long Ting's unwavering sacrifice. Perhaps it was also the effect of the pill. At this moment, no matter what, when he saw Long Ting again, Chun Hao clearly felt that he was truly and truly attracted to the girl in front of him, especially when he thought of Long Ting's expression and words when she gave him the 6 pills that did not sleep or rest. It made Chun Hao even more moved. At the same time, it also made Chun Hao clear that this was definitely not the effect of the pill. Previously, during the preliminary test in the second world, what was the illusion that made Chun Hao almost unable to extricate himself? It was his feelings. This was his fatal weakness. It was also his only weakness that he did not dare to face casually. At that time, he had entered an illusion that he could not escape. It was an illusion that he would have to face in the future. He knew that it would be his biggest inner demon. He had realized it before, but that test had sounded the alarm for him in advance. Therefore, he had always been searching for spiritual enlightenment and emotional detachment. He also tried his best to exclude all the factors that could easily trigger his inner demon. Just like when he met Long Ting and everything that happened between him and Long Ting, he thought that he had done very well. However, only now did he realize that the existence of spiritual sustenance or excuse that he had always given her was not valid at all. That was drugging. From the first time Long Ting drugged him to the last time he swallowed the first real pill, it was indeed Long Ting who took the initiative. However, he had always been clear-headed. If he asked himself honestly, even if Long Ting had not drugged him for the first time, could he not take Long Ting seriously? He could not. Otherwise, when he first met Long Ting, he decided to refine a genetic analyzer, just because Long Ting's appearance was shockingly similar to a perfect female corpse on Earth. The feeling of existence in his subconscious mind was the real reason. Now that he saw Long Ting again, even though it was just an image, Chun Hao truly understood and understood himself. When did you trigger the heavenly punishment? Chun Hao was the first to speak, breaking the ambiguous gaze. 20 days ago. We left the Ying planet on the 3rd day after the divine punishment. I was just saying that I might arrive earlier than you after the divine punishment. How come you've arrived on the vast universe planet so early? Naturally, it's because the aircraft is faster. You rushed here in such a hurry. Could it be that you can't bear the effects of the medicine and are in a hurry to see me? Chun Hao said with a slight smile. That's right, that's right. Brother, how are you having a fit? I've already acted up once. Ha ha ha, I really miss you. Ahem, we can't see each other for the time being. Just bear with it. A flustered heart can't eat hot tofu. Chun Hao was very uncomfortable with Long Ting's unreserved answer. At least none of Qin Shui's girls were so bold and hot. I know. It won't affect you. We'll just see each other in the secondary world. I'm afraid of seeing you. If I can't bear it, we'll be in big trouble. Once the rice is cooked, we'll lose a lot. Ha ha ha. After my brother and I register our identities on the vast universe planet, we'll be able to find you in the secondary world. Well, we'll talk about it when the time comes. If I'm not online, don't message me. Oh, brother told me that you've encountered something good and can't leave Black Rock City for the time being. What good thing is it? The state of, I am heaven and earth are me, then aren't you at the limit of all aspects? You can trigger the heavenly punishment. Not yet. I have to complete at least 10,000 battles and completely merge with my real body before I can trigger the heavenly punishment. It should take some time. Chunhao said. The two of them chatted for a while. Long Ting told Chun how about the possible actions of the Guo family. The Supreme of Hongmeng invited by the Long family, Long Yi's promise to join the Death Door sect and become the direct disciple of the Supreme of Hongmeng, Xia Sun, and her plan to enter the sanctum. After Chun Hao told her about his temporary plans, the two of them cut off the connection. A month later in the real world, Chun Hao's state of, I am heaven and earth are me, finally disappeared. After more than a year in the second world, Chun Hao finally felt that he had reached the limit of the medium stage of the human celestial stage. After notifying Long Ting and Long Yi, he began his first real experience in the vast universe star. In the third month, Chun Hao received news that Long Ting and Long Yi had arrived at the vast universe star. The Guo family's operation had failed, and they had suffered heavy losses. The Daluo Jinxian's Guo family head, Guo Dongshan, was ambushed by the Long family head, Long Yuan. His physical body was killed, and his primordial spirit escaped. The Guo family had a total of 19 heavenly celestial stage experts who participated in the operation. 4 of them were killed by Long Yuan, and the Long family's 25 direct descendants and more than 30 direct descendants. The rest of them escaped with their primordial spirits. The Long family was unscathed. The Long family's ferocity was vividly displayed. The Guo family, who had victory in their hands, was scared out of their wits. No matter what, they did not expect that the Guo family had set up a trap for them, and they had jumped right in. What they did not expect was that the reason why the Long family did not suffer any casualties was that they were secretly protected by the Grand Mist Supremacy Realms experts. Similarly, the Long family did not expect this counterattack to go so smoothly. The reason was that Yan Baitian, the Supreme of Hongmeng, did not come, and the Guo family's preparations were obviously insufficient. According to the patriarch of the Long family's estimation, Yan Baitian would appear no matter what. After all, Guan Nu was his direct disciple, and Guan Nu's inheritance was his doing. Given Long Ting's importance, how could he not come? However, not only did Yan Baitian not come, but the Guo family also did not have enough manpower. Obviously, the Guo family had underestimated the Long family and underestimated them. Instead, they had become the real idiot. In the blink of an eye, a year and a half had passed of the promised 10 years. During this year and a half, Chun Hao had disappeared without a trace. Although the people of the Happy Valley, the demonic ant planet, and the Wuji planet were all looking for Chun Hao, they did not obtain any news about Chun Hao. Even the high-level members of the Asianing Planet Alliance used their authority to investigate Chun Hao's secondary world, but they did not find any information about him. This also let everyone know that Chun Hao had left the Asianing planet and that he was no longer using the soul helmet issued by the Asianing planet. Some people thought that Chun Hao might have concealed his identity and would never appear in the cultivation world with his real identity. However, many cultivators on the Wuji planet who had come into contact with Chun Hao believed that Chun Hao would definitely return in 10 years. Similarly, during this year and a half, no one from the Long family appeared on the Asianing planet again. However, everyone received news that Long Yi of the Long family had become the personal disciple of a Grand Elder of the Lifeless sect, which was ranked 6th on the vast universe planet. He had also made a name for himself in the Lifeless sect. Long Ting, who had once been the #1 beauty and the #1 witch on the Asianing planet, had shocked everyone. They had just received news that Long Ting had defeated tens of millions of people in the Holy Temple's assessment and become a disciple of the Holy Temple. However, at the same time, there was another piece of news that was not inferior to Long Ting's. A year and a half ago, Bailey Ningbing of the Wuji planet, who had become a disciple of the Everlasting Sect, had once again displayed amazing talent and become a disciple of the Holy Temple. In a short time, Bailey Ningbing and Long Ting had become the pride of the entire Asianing planet. At the same time, they had also become the focus of discussion among the cultivators on the Asianing planet. Behind this focus, people couldn't help but mention Chen Hao, who had once been famous in the vast universe galaxy but had been silent for a year and a half without any news. The conflict between Bailey Ningbing and Chen Hao had also been spread by the talkative people of the Wuji planet. The ambiguous relationship between Long Ting and Chen Hao was no secret in the Xiantian city of the Asianing planet. This had also given rise to many different versions of gossip about the love and hatred between Chen Hao and the two women. It had to be said that there was no smoke without fire. The wisdom of the masses was definitely quite impressive. Although it wasn't true, after removing the fake Xiyuan Jing, it wasn't far from the truth. Chi, vast universe planet, Panua City, the Alliance's heavenly punishment square. Today, a young man who was going to trigger heavenly punishment was welcomed. This young man didn't reveal his true identity, and the Alliance didn't check his true identity because he had a token from the Lifeless Sect, a top sect on vast universe planet. This led the staff of the Panua City Alliance to conclude that this was a super genius disciple who had come out to gain experience. This was because this young man, who was only at the human immortal stage, exuded an aura that was shocking and unbelievable. Based on this aura alone, the Alliance concluded that this young man was definitely one of the top geniuses on vast universe planet. This wasn't something that Panua City could have. However, this young man chose to trigger heavenly punishment here. To Panua City, this was definitely a grand occasion. Therefore, although time was tight, the staff of the Alliance still spread the news as soon as possible. The content was simple. A top genius disciple of vast universe planet, human immortal stage, has triggered heavenly punishment. Hurry up and attend the ceremony. Numerous figures quickly appeared. Countless young disciples and cultivators of Panua City were rushing over, not for anything else, but for a top genius of vast universe planet. That was enough to be called a top genius of vast universe planet by the Alliance. He was definitely one of the top existences in Panua City. Chi. What a strong fluctuation of heaven and earth. Amazing. Is this aura really something that a human immortal stage cultivator can have? Some of the cultivators who rushed oversaw that the young man sitting in the middle of the square had already activated his aura. The heavens and earth had already begun to shake. Obviously, he had no intention of letting everyone attend the ceremony. He didn't plan on waiting for everyone to arrive. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 635. The Heaven Punishment Square can increase the power of the Heaven Punishment by 6 times. With my current aura, the Heaven Punishment I trigger will be more powerful than the Heaven Punishment triggered by a genius at the peak of the later stage of the Earth celestial stage. 6 times. If I take it head-on, it will definitely cause a sensation. However, I can't care too much about that. Increasing my strength is the most important thing. I can't waste the opportunity to improve myself just to hide my strength. Chen Hao felt helpless when he sensed more and more cultivators. Originally, he had planned to trigger the Heaven Punishment in the wilderness. However, when Long Ting and Long Yi knew that he was going to trigger the heaven punishment square. They suggested that he go to the heaven punishment square of the Alliance. That was because the heaven punishment square could allow cultivators to gain the most benefits from the heaven punishment. Of course, the prerequisite was that the cultivator was powerful enough. Chun Hao was undoubtedly suitable. The heaven punishment of any stage had to be withstood by the cultivator alone and couldn't be protected. However, it could increase the power of the heaven punishment. This didn't happen on the Wuji star. Firstly, the Wuji star didn't have the ability and capital to do this. Secondly, it was rare for the cultivators on the Wuji star to be able to withstand the heaven punishment, let alone increase the power of the heaven punishment. However, the heaven punishment square of any city in the Alliance on the 36 main stars of the vast universe galaxy had this function, and it could increase the power of the heaven punishment by 6 times. This was definitely a rare opportunity for a genius cultivator with abnormal talent. After all, many real geniuses could withstand the heaven punishment easily and increase the power of the heaven punishment by several times. Naturally, they could refine their body, soul, will, and comprehension of the law of heaven more thoroughly. The effect would be better, and the improvement would be greater. Boom. Thinking of this, Chun Hao didn't hesitate anymore. He suddenly released his strongest aura violently. In the past 1.5 years, Chun Hao hadn't stopped practicing in the arena of the second world, the cultivation field, and the real world. Finally, he had refined his combat skills and comprehension to the limit. The feeling of being at the peak. Chun Hao could cause the heaven and earth to shake by activating his essence, qi, and spirit. If he wasn't vigilant at all times, he would have triggered the heaven punishment directly. This was definitely the most perfect peak state. In fact, the shocking fluctuation of the heaven and earth just now was just the most natural release of Chun Hao's aura when he stopped suppressing it. He hadn't triggered it deliberately. Qi. At this moment, as Chun Hao violently released his aura, his abundant essence, energy, and spirit seemed to have materialized. They shockingly emitted a sparkling and translucent light that soared into the sky and pierced through the firmament. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and the world changed color. The energy of the world instantly set off great waves, like a river bursting a dam or a mountain torrent erupting. It surged, and it spread out in all directions at an astonishing speed. Oh my God, how is this possible? How can he be so strong? At that moment, countless people cried out in alarm. Even a heavenly immortal realm master who had come to take a look and was called a peak genius, a vast universe star by the Alliance, was horrified. His eyes widened, not daring to believe what he was seeing or feeling. What kind of feeling was that? It was definitely much more terrifying than the aura of heaven's punishment that was triggered when a cultivator at the peak of the earth celestial stage advanced to the heaven celestial stage. Phew, I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it to be so strong. It's much stronger than we expected. This is definitely the top genius disciple of the Death Door sect, right? To be able to trigger such a terrifying heavenly punishment. I'm sure this young man is definitely one of the top 100 geniuses in the heavenly immortal realm of vast universe star. Yes, who could it be? No matter who it is, I'm sure his identity is not as simple as that of the Death Door sect. If I'm not wrong, he should be one of the disciples of the Divine Temple. The staff of the heavenly punishment square of the Alliance were discussing in shock. Such a strong fluctuation. The power of the heavenly punishment alone could kill a master at the peak of the later stage of the Earth celestial stage. And he's definitely a genius. But he applied for a limit of 6 times amplification. Can he really bear it? This is not something we can control. Don't think too much. Just do as he asked. Otherwise, it'll be bad if he blames us. Besides, if he can't bear it, he'll definitely inform us. Ha ha ha, brother, you've been completely defeated by him. Humph, what are you talking about? Your aura was not as strong as his at that time, right? I'm a little woman. You're a man. How can you compare with me? Brother, after he passes the heavenly punishment, I want to see him. This sister, I advise you not to. Brother Chin didn't let us come. He must have his reasons. There are only 8 years left. We can't affect his state of mind. Oh, okay. In a corner 10,000 miles away from the square, 2 cultivators in black robes and bamboo hats with completely changed auras sensed the terrifying fluctuations between heaven and earth. Their eyes shone as they stared at the vague figures 10,000 miles away, communicating with each other through voice transmission. These were Long Yi and Long Ting, who had secretly rushed over despite their busy schedule. After not seeing each other for more than a year, Long Ting and Long Yi's auras were countless times stronger than before. Although they were still at the early stage of the Earth, celestial stage, today was different. They had stepped into vast universe star and faced many top geniuses and fierce competition, forcing them to cultivate crazily. Even Long Ting, who had a special cultivation method, had changed from her previous laziness, as if she had become a different person. Otherwise, even she would not have been able to pass the assessment of the Divine Temple in just over a year and step into the true pinnacle of the human race. Well, after he passes the heavenly punishment, we'll leave directly. I don't want to be punished by Master. You sneaked out as soon as you entered the Divine Temple. You can't stay for long. Got it. It's him. It's really him. He's so strong. How can he be so strong? What Long Ting and Long Yi did not know was that in another corner of the heavenly punishment square, a figure who had also changed her appearance and concealed her true body was staring at Chun Hao, who was at the center of the square, with an extremely crazy expression. She had followed Long Ting, who had no experience or common sense. They had followed her all the way from the Divine Temple. She was Long Ting's classmate in the Divine Temple. According to Earth's saying, they were classmates of the same grade. This was really a coincidence. Both of them were from the Ying planet and were the subject of heated discussion on the Ying planet. Both of them were related to Chun Hao, who had been silent for a year and a half. They had passed the assessment of the Divine Temple at the same time, entered the Divine Temple at the same time, and were assigned to the same hall in the Divine Temple's 8 halls. This person was none other than Bailey Ningbing, who hated Chun Hao to the core. When the two entered the sacred hall and met, and when they found out who the other was, they immediately became mortal enemies. Although they did not fight, everyone knew that once the opportunity arose, the two of them would definitely clash and decide who was the better one. Although Long Ting had left the Ying planet, she had still heard about the rumors. Of course, she had heard it from her brother. How could she not know about the conflict between Bailey Ningbing and Chun Hao? Although it was just a rumor, there was no smoke without fire. At least, it was a fact that Chun Hao had been expelled from the Wuji planet. As for Bailey Ningbing, she was even more direct. She had long hated Long Ting to the core because Chun Hao had rejected her and accepted Long Ting. This was the fuse that truly infuriated her. She had been looking for an opportunity to pay attention to Long Ting's every move because Chun Hao had last disappeared in the Long family. She believed that Long Ting, who had an ambiguous relationship with Chun Hao, would definitely know where Chun Hao was. With Chun Hao's personality, there was no reason for him to hide his identity and never appear again. The only possibility was that Chun Hao had changed his identity and was crazily training alone. Last night, when she saw Long Ting step out of the Divine Temple, she habitually followed. And then this scene happened. Endure, endure, endure. Now is not the time, not the time. I must endure. Bailey Ningbing's aura surged, and her hatred overflowed. She wanted nothing more than to ravage Chun Hao to death, to make him kneel and beg for mercy, to cry and shout about his regret. The hatred he had for her almost drove her crazy. But at this moment, she could only endure. Especially the terrifying aura of Chun Hao's heavenly punishment. It made her hate him even more. She had always been confident that one day she would be able to completely surpass Chun Hao. Although she didn't want to admit it, she had to admit that the heavenly punishment that Chun Hao had attracted was definitely much stronger than the one she had attracted a year ago when she had become a disciple of the Eternal Life sect. Kacha, the first extremely terrifying heavenly punishment finally descended from the sky amidst the crowd's anticipation. It was also at this moment that the mysterious runes in the heavenly punishment square suddenly spread out layer by layer. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, they suddenly transformed into 6 layers of light waves. 6 times magnification. Rumble, the proud and upright figure that was as sharp as a sword, forcibly withstood the first lightning that fell from the 9 heavens, containing endless pressure and terrifying energy. Swish, 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 swish. At this moment, the endless heavenly way and the overwhelming pressure pressed down. All the cultivators within tens of thousands of miles, including all the powerhouses at the heaven celestial stage, had no time to be surprised at this moment. They closed their eyes one after another to grasp the strong heavenly way and resist the pressure that was directed to the depths of their hearts at the same time. However, some young geniuses at the human celestial stage, who had overestimated their strength, spat out blood violently and stepped back with pale faces. They were extremely frightened. This was just a ceremony, and it was so horrible from tens of thousands of miles away. How horrible would the power and pressure that Chun Hao, who was at the same cultivation stage as himself, who was bearing the full force of the heavenly punishment, bear? Swish, 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 swish. Is this all you've got? No one knew that Chun Hao, who was resisting the heavenly punishment, was looking at the void disdainfully and arrogantly at this moment. Since it's meaningless, there's no need to continue. Break, clang, swish, rumble, rumble. A sword breaks the sky. 3rd update. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 636. The dazzling sword light contained an extremely sharp sword intent. It pierced through the clouds, tore through space, and broke through the first level of punishment. It had to be said that the power displayed by Chun Hao's slash was incredibly fierce. The sword will, energy, and profundity of the ultimate skill contained within it had all reached a rather high level. However, what it brought to the crowd was not shock, but relief. Yes, it was a sigh of relief. No matter who it was, when they saw an existence that was so powerful that it was shocking, inconceivable, and unbelievable, they would be jealous and hate the heavens for being unfair in the depths of their hearts. They were all humans, so why was there such a huge gap between them? And now, Chun Hao didn't take the punishment head-on. Instead, he chose to break through the clouds. From their point of view, Chun Hao couldn't take the punishment and was forced to break through the clouds. Without a doubt, when they saw this, they naturally thought that Chun Hao wasn't as strong as they thought. Brother Hao, why couldn't he take it? That's not right. Strange. Long Ting and Long Yi, who knew Chun Hao very well, frowned when they saw this. Chun Hao took the punishment head-on, and all of them were magnified 6 times. To the 2 of them, it wasn't difficult at all. They were clearly aware of how terrifying Chun Hao's strength was, his fleshly body, soul, and were all abnormal to the point of causing one's hair to stand on end. But now, Why was he unable to withstand the first level of heavenly punishment? The two of them didn't understand and couldn't figure out what was going on. Similarly, Bailey Ningbing frowned. However, her eyes flashed with disdain. It had to be said that she knew that Chun Hao was strong, but she didn't know how strong Chun Hao was. Chun Hao was able to break through the tribulation cloud with the first strike of the sixfold heavenly punishment. Although it was a little unexpected, it was understandable. From his point of view, it was obvious that Chun Hao was too confident and let the alliance magnify the punishment 6 times, but he couldn't take it. This made him sigh in relief and gloat. The staff of the alliance's heavenly punishment plaza, as well as all the spectating cultivators, believed that Chun Hao would definitely request the alliance to reduce the size of the heavenly punishment. However, what they didn't understand was that Chun Hao, who was standing proudly, didn't issue any orders even as the second and even more terrifying tribulation cloud gradually formed. Until the moment it rumbled and descended, he didn't even give any orders. Instead, he raised his head to look at the sky without a trace of fear. He didn't even condense any ultimate technique to attack. Crack, rumble, rumble, chi, what's going on? At this moment, the same question appeared in the minds of Chun Hao and everyone else's mind. The only difference was that the question was different. What everyone couldn't understand was why Chun Hao, who had to rely on his divine ability to break through the first heavenly punishment, was now facing the second heavenly punishment that was even more terrifying than the first heavenly punishment. This didn't make sense. To be more precise, if one couldn't even withstand the first strike, then the second strike would result in instant death. But it didn't seem like they imagined. On the other hand, Chun Hao was puzzled. Since when did he become so powerful? The punishment was supposed to be terrifying and had an excellent tempering effect on his body. How could it have no effect on his soul, willpower, and state of mind? Chun Hao didn't even feel the slightest bit of challenge when it came to his physical body. This was illogical. At the very least, Chun Hao was confused. This was a heavenly punishment triggered by a cultivator's heaven-defying actions. How could it be ineffective? But that was the truth. Sigh, break, chi, rumble, rumble. The brilliant sword light appeared again. Unlike the previous time, Chun Hao's sword light was weakened. He had to wave his sword 100 times to break through the second level of punishment. Chun Hao didn't understand. Everyone present, including Long Ting and Long Yi, didn't understand what was going on with Chun Hao. If he couldn't take the first level of punishment, the second level of punishment would definitely be a direct attack. There was no reason for him to take it head-on. However, Chun Hao didn't only choose that, but he was also fine. Was he really strong? If he was really strong, he could continue to take it head-on. However, Chun Hao broke through the punishment cloud again. It was the same for the first 2 levels. The third, the fourth, as the heavenly punishment of the tribulation clouds became stronger and stronger, Chun Hao continued to do the same. After enduring for a while, he would activate his sword light and perform his ultimate techniques, continuously destroying the tribulation clouds in one go. The 5th, 6th, until the end of the 9th level of punishment, he didn't waste too much time and maintained a way that puzzled everyone. D*MN, every single person, every time they passed the heavenly punishment and received the energy of the tribulation clouds, whether it was their physical body, soul, mental state, willpower, or comprehension of the heavenly Tao laws, they would all experience a qualitative improvement. Moreover, their spirit would be incomparably comfortable, and they would feel the excitement of being reborn. But this time, Chun Hao almost cursed it out loud. Depressing, that was really depressing. The barrier between the peak of the later stage of the human celestial stage and the earth celestial stage collapsed instantly when the heavens' punishment ended. Chun Hao had successfully stepped into the earth celestial stage. He could clearly feel that his strength had improved tremendously, but he was still unhappy, very unhappy, because he had only improved his true core stage. Other than that, he did not feel anything at all. The divine punishment just now was like a battle that did not hurt him at all. It was completely meaningless. Chi. Chun Hao directly turned into a stream of light and left gloomily without any pause. At this moment, the practitioners in the whole heaven punishment square began to discuss in a buzz. They were all confused and didn't understand why it was like this. It could be said that 99.9% of the people present were like Chun Hao. They didn't understand what was going on. Even the staff in the center of the alliance didn't understand. They had seen countless people trigger the punishment of heaven, but they had never seen such a strange and puzzling person. However, when a knowledgeable Daluo Jinxian hidden in the center of the heaven punishment square of the alliance appeared, he solved the doubts in everyone's hearts. The completion. The mysterious young practitioner just now was a practitioner who triggered the punishment of heaven in the completion state, which was rare in the cultivation world. The so-called completion meant that Chun Hao's human celestial stage had reached the completion state. Even if he didn't trigger the punishment of heaven, he was basically a master in the earth celestial stage. The only thing he lacked was a layer of membrane, a membrane that could be broken by a gentle poke. The only function of the punishment of heaven for him was to help him break that membrane. It didn't have any tempering effect on him, because he had already tempered himself to the completion of the human celestial stage. In the cultivation world, to be able to do this, basically any top genius could do it, but no one was stupid enough to do so, because it was a complete waste of time and energy. In fact, as long as one had 80% completion, they should trigger the punishment of heaven, because through the punishment of heaven, they could directly temper themselves to the completion state. Who would waste time tempering themselves to the completion state before triggering the punishment of heaven? That would be crazy. After all, the completion state was a complete waste of the punishment of heaven. Daluo Jinxian's explanation quickly spread in the heaven punishment square. After Long Ting and Long Yi heard it, their frowns and puzzled expressions turned into smiles. Immediately, the two of them disappeared and hurried back to Vast Universe City. However, Bailey Ningbing, who followed closely behind Chun Hao, didn't hear Daluo Jinxian's explanation. Humph, this time I must make you kneel in front of me and beg me. Bailey Ningbing, who had changed her aura and restrained it to the extreme, relied on a wisp of extremely pure, extremely mysterious, and extremely weak rune aura to lock onto Chun Hao from afar and follow behind him. She suppressed the hatred that had accumulated in the depths of her heart and waited for an opportunity. She believed that this time she would definitely be able to give Chun Hao an unforgettable lesson and wash away the hatred in her heart. Kill Chun Hao. That would be letting him off too easily, regardless of whether others thought of it or not. At least she had never thought of it. Chun Hao's humiliation to her was absolutely not something that could be repaid with death. It had to be said that this woman was already extreme to the point of being incurable and stubborn to the point of madness. She simply couldn't be measured by ordinary people's thinking. The reason she believed that she would be able to vent the hatred in her heart a little this time was firstly because her current strength was absolutely not something Chun Hao, who just stepped foot into the earthly immortal realm, could compare to, and she was confident that she could fiercely trample on him beneath her feet. Secondly, she had a divine artifact with concealment and tracking attributes, which allowed her to have absolute information to silently follow Chun Hao and find an opportunity to vent her anger. This was also the divine artifact that she had given up all the tempting rewards from the everlasting sect after entering the divine temple. The purpose was to follow Long Ting, who was temporarily a little stronger than her, in order to obtain Chun Hao's whereabouts. Now, the opportunity had come, and it came very quickly. Beep, beep. While flying gloomily, Chun Hao, who had just entered the second world, received a message from Long Ting as soon as he entered. Brother Hao, congratulations on stepping into the ranks of the Earth Celestial stage at the Perfection stage. What does this mean? I haven't even said anything, and the message came, and the Perfection stage. Beep, beep. Chun Hao did not hesitate, and immediately sent out a communication request. Ha ha ha. Brother Hao, congratulations, congratulations. You're really powerful. The aura of divine punishment is so strong. It's even stronger than mine back then. Unfortunately, you're at the perfection stage, so it's useless. Ahem. Sister Ting, don't tell me you're coming over? Chun Hao felt that Long Ting's words had a hidden meaning, and it was precisely what he did not understand. No, I'm so obedient. Why wouldn't I listen to you and come over? Then how do you know about my situation? I'm not telling you. Anyway, I just know. Ha ha ha. Long Ting laughed proudly, staring at the image in her mind, her eyes dazed. She wanted so much to appear in front of Chun Hao. However, for the sake of the promise of 10 years, for the sake of better tempering both of them, for the sake of maximizing the effects of the medicine, and for the sake of not disrupting his state of mind and plans, she could only endure it. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Qijian. Come. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 637. In the second world, she was smiling foolishly. Her real body was flying quickly, and there were tears in the corners of her eyes. The feeling of being in love and missing someone was painful and happy at the same time. But missing someone for a long time was too painful and too aggrieved. Sometimes, Long Ting even wanted to give up on the so-called effects of the medicine, the so-called everything. But she knew that she couldn't let her emotions affect her decisions. In a year and a half, Chun Hao had just stepped into the Earth Immortal stage. She had stepped into the Earth Immortal stage for a year. How much progress had she made? In the path of cultivation, as one's level increased, the speed of progress would be slower. With only 8 years left, how much could Chun Hao improve? Not to mention the Heaven Immortal stage, even the peak of the Earth Immortal stage could not be guaranteed. As for her, she was willing to become Chun Hao's bargaining chip 8 years later. Fearless, reckless, becoming a disciple of the Divine Temple would give her status and power. She would be the focus of the entire vast universe galaxy. Although her strength had not reached the peak, her potential was limitless. She had thought she could help Chun Hao if she failed in the future. However, Bailey Ningbing, her rival, had also become a disciple of the Divine Temple. This possibility was eliminated. Chun Hao frowned slightly as he looked at Long Ting, who was smiling foolishly, especially when he saw her dazed gaze. Chun Hao had already guessed a certain possibility. However, he did not point it out. Instead, he continued, "What do you mean when you say that the Great Perfection stage has no effect? I heard it earlier as well. Cough, cough. In other words, you've attained the earthly immortal realm before drawing down the heavenly tribulation. Under normal circumstances, no one would waste time tempering themselves to the perfection realm before drawing down the heavenly tribulation, because in that way, the effect of the heavenly tribulation would be completely wasted. Silly brother, Hao, you're a top-grade idiot that's rarely seen in a million years. Brother Hao, do you miss me? I miss you so much. Okay, I'm going off first." When Long Ting's real body arrived at the teleportation device, she cut off the connection. This girl, She must be here, Chun Hao pondered in his heart. Long Ting's words and the inadvertent sentence of, "I also heard you say goodbye just now," were enough to prove that Long Ting had come here. How could Chun Hao not want to see him? In the past 1.5 years, he had also had an outburst. How could he not miss it? But if they met, what if he couldn't control himself? Looks like this is definitely a test for me. Of course, it's even more of a test for her, right? This girl likes to play with fire. Chun Hao also left the second world, and his real body slowed down. At the same time, he released his powerful soul perception. However, what made him feel slightly strange was that even after a few minutes, he still couldn't catch Long Ting's aura from the endless stream of people. Of course, Chun Hao knew that Long Ting must have changed her aura and concealed her appearance. However, with Chun Hao's familiarity with Long Ting, no matter how Long Ting changed, her physical body and aura would not change much to a certain extent, especially when there was still life aura. But there was obviously no one around. That's not right. There's obviously a feeling. Chun Hao frowned and thought to himself. In fact, when he was talking to Long Ting, his naturally sharp intuition felt that someone was locking onto him. However, it was only intuition, and he couldn't catch it. At this time, he released his soul perception completely, but he still couldn't catch it. It was a little strange. Could it be that this girl has a saint-level treasure that can hide her aura and has the ability to track people? And it must be like this. If you don't show yourself, then I'll see how long you can endure. Or is it because you're embarrassed to show yourself in front of so many people? Or are you afraid that there's an expert secretly following her and exposing me? Chun Hao's mind turned quickly, and he thought of all kinds of possibilities. However, what Chun Hao didn't know was that Long Ting was indeed very obedient. She was so obedient that it was beyond his imagination. She clearly came here, but she forcibly suppressed her feelings and left. Of course, Chun Hao's innate intuition was also very accurate. He was indeed locked onto. Unfortunately, from the beginning, he had thought in the wrong direction. And then let's go out of the city and take a look. Originally, Chun Hao could merge with all things in the world, and he would definitely merge with all things in the world. However, this time, he couldn't bear to merge with all things in the world. Although he concluded that Long Ting had a saint-level treasure that could hide her aura and had the ability to track people, Chun Hao was still confident in his ability to merge with all things in the world. Once he merged with all things in the world, this girl wouldn't be able to catch up. Who? Very good. Hiss. Like a gust of wind, Bailey Ningbing followed behind Chun Hao. When she saw Chun Hao leaving the city, this unreasonable woman excitedly increased her speed. Everything was going smoothly beyond her expectations. The opportunity had come so quickly. As long as she left the city, she would have a chance. She excitedly stared at the figure that was moving forward quickly, that slender and proud figure, thinking about how he would kneel in front of her not long later. Even if it was the humiliation of being forced to kneel in front of her, she was indescribably excited. So excited that she couldn't control herself. She wished that time could go faster. Faster, faster. Chi. Hiss. One in front and one behind, separated by 1,000 miles. One only restrained her aura a little, while the other restrained her aura to the extreme with the help of a saint-level treasure. Just like that, they quickly headed into the endless wilderness. One felt that it was fun. What kind of trick was this girl playing? Why wasn't she coming out? Although he still didn't sense any aura, the other was getting more and more excited, waiting for a certain safe distance before violently attacking. Unfortunately, she didn't know that the other party had relied on his rationality and intuition to determine that someone was following them. It was just an error in judgment. An hour later, Chun Hao flew at a moderate speed and had already flown hundreds of thousands of miles. There were basically no other cultivators around. It's time to show yourself, right? Don't tell me you want to give me a surprise when I stop. And since that's the case, then I will reluctantly cooperate. Chun Hao activated his eyes and looked into the distance. At the same time, he activated his soul perception and found a relatively hidden natural cave. Hiss! Intentionally looking around, Chun Hao directly turned into a stream of light and entered the cave. He activated a stream of energy and instantly cleaned up the cave. Then, Chun Hao sat down cross-legged and condensed a protective restriction according to everyone's experience. He slowly closed his eyes, as if entering a state of enlightenment. Hiss! Undetectable, like the natural flow of air, a wisp of cool breeze drifted to the entrance of the cave. Although I can take him down in a head-on battle, it will definitely take a lot of effort. It's not as fast as a sneak attack. Humph! Bailey Ningbing didn't have any reason to talk to Chun Hao. She only wanted to use the fastest speed to subdue Chun Hao, then think of all ways to humiliate and ravage him. If he didn't submit, she would beat him half to death, imprison him, and torture him until he submitted. As for how to deal with him after he submitted, that was a matter for the future. Who, forcefully suppressing the energy that was about to explode, Bailey Ningbing silently stepped into the cave. Less than 100 feet in, she turned a corner and finally saw Chun Hao. She saw Chun Hao at a close distance, looking at the face that she had dreamed of countless times and wanted to slap into a pig's head. Her breathing became hurried. Under the protection of the concealment treasure, she was wearing a black robe and a black bamboo hat. It was the standard attire for training, but it still couldn't hide her curvaceous figure. Perhaps because she was too excited, her twin peaks were rising and falling at an extremely large amplitude. Unfortunately, although Chun Hao's soul perception was strong in front of Bailey Ningbing, who had a saint-level concealment treasure and could activate 80% of its functions, he couldn't see or sense the slightest bit. But what's this girl doing? She should have come in, right? Why hasn't she shown herself yet? Could it be that she has to force me to use my ultimate move? Chun Hao was baffled by Long Ting, but he couldn't help but have a playful heart wanting to play with this girl. He who had already pretended to be meditating suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. At this moment, she was already within 100 feet of Chun Hao. Moreover, under the concealment of the saint-level magic treasure, she started to madly condense her strongest confinement seal runes. Just as she was about to make a move, unexpectedly, Chun Hao moved again. This caused her to be startled, and she instantly retreated a certain distance. She was very clear that if she wanted to imprison Chun Hao in one move, she had to completely catch him off guard and directly imprison him before he could react. Otherwise, she would have to go through a great battle. To an Earth celestial stage expert, the distance from here to Pan Nuo City was only less than an hour. If the commotion was too great, it would inevitably attract passing cultivators. She didn't want to be surrounded by a crowd and didn't want to complicate matters. Being able to directly take down Chun Hao was naturally the best choice. Therefore, she once again forcefully suppressed her desire to make a move and waited for the best opportunity. Ha ha ha! Chun Hao laughed in his heart. Although he felt a little shameless, he had a mischievous mentality of an eye. For an eye. Didn't this girl also seduce him back then? She even drugged him. Beauty can seduce, but I'm definitely a handsome guy, so I can also seduce him, right? After all, there's already a deep-rooted love between us, and it could flare up at any time. Moreover, in fact, Chun Hao thought that Long Ting must be watching him at this moment, and he was indeed very excited and aroused. However, he believed that with his self-control, he would definitely be able to withstand it. he would just treat it as a form of training and let this girl know how powerful he was. Swish! Ah! Bailey Ningbing almost cried out in surprise. What was he doing? He actually took off his Taoist robe, revealing his naked upper body, that bronze skin, streamlined muscles, and a perfect inverted triangular figure that couldn't be seen when he was wearing clothes were all on full display, coupled with that cold and handsome face. He was simply a female killer. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 638. Luckily, Chun Hao wasn't that kind of exhibitionist. He only took off his Taoist robe and was still wearing his boxers. If a gentleman were to expose his balls, Bailey Ningbing would probably faint from the stimulation. But even so, Bailey Ningbing suddenly saw a man take off his clothes and expose so much in front of her. She was caught off guard by Chun Hao's sudden action. Her face heated up, her breathing quickened, and her teeth itched with hatred. This definitely wasn't heat. One had to know that Bailey Ningbing hated Chun Hao to the core. Moreover, women, especially those who maintained their primordialine bodies and hadn't experienced any romance, weren't like men. Under visual impact, their desires would explode. The reason why Bailey Ningbing was in a daze was completely due to her hidden instincts. She couldn't bear the visual impact of the opposite sex. Especially when she saw a certain bulge, it was so dazzling that her eyes almost popped out. Shameless! Shameless! Why are you taking off your clothes at this time? Bailey Ningbing said, fiercely. She hadn't experienced it before, but she had long studied the dual cultivation method. To be precise, when she wanted to comprehend the immortal will through dual cultivation, she had meticulously studied the dual cultivation method. It was just that she hadn't put it into practice yet. And after living for so long as one wasn't an idiot, one would more or less know about the matters between men and women. Facing this kind of scene, even if one's teeth itched with hatred, they would still associate it with something. Still not coming out. This girl can really endure it. Could it be that I made a mistake? At this time, Chun Hao was a little suspicious that he had done something completely meaningless. But after thinking for a moment, especially that hidden intuition, he still felt that he was being watched. This kind of feeling, most people would ignore it, because in many situations, it would instead disturb one's state of mind. But Chun Hao firmly believed in his intuition, especially when it could be analyzed theoretically. There was even less reason to directly reject his intuition. You can really endure it. Looks like you really want me to enter a state of cultivation and launch a surprise attack. All right then, this brother will fulfill your wish. Chun Hao considered Long Ting's thoughts and finally took a step back. He wasn't so thick-skinned that he would strip naked in front of Long Ting if he continued playing. If the limit was to be naked, everyone would be naked. How could a man like him be naked first? What a scandal! Therefore, he could only take a step back and let this girl have her way with the idea of giving him a surprise. Phew! Chun Hao pretended to withdraw his thoughts and sat down with his legs crossed once again. The aura surrounding his body changed slightly at that instant. To an outsider, he had definitely entered a state of cultivation where he was completely focused. 1 minute, 2 minutes. When Bailey Ningbing gritted her teeth and stared at Chun Hao's naked body for a full 3 minutes, she was certain that Chun Hao had entered a selfless state. It was also at this moment that the frozen ice, which was only a few hundred feet away, suddenly erupted. The law runes of the divine ability that had been condensed to the extreme instantly enveloped Chun Hao with the speed of a spark, containing boundless and terrifying energy and mysteries. This attack was like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue. It was fast, ruthless, accurate, and strange. just as Bailey Ningbing took a step forward, wanting to step on Chun Hao and enjoy the fruits of her victory. What she didn't expect was that when her unexpected and extremely fast sealing runes were about to envelop Chun Hao's forehead, Chun Hao suddenly opened his eyes. Accompanied by a surprised and puzzled sound, his naked body suddenly disappeared at an even faster speed, leaving only an afterimage. What? Bailey Ningbing, who was dressed in black and had a graceful figure and a bamboo hat, had already revealed her figure. While she was shocked, she instantly extended her body and charged at Chun Hao, who was hiding at the side. Chi, with a flash of sword light, a pure and majestic immortal sword essence enveloped Chun Hao from all directions. F***CK. It was a long story, but some of the movements happened in the blink of an eye. Bailey Ningbing was like a venomous snake hidden in the darkness, silent, but quick, vicious, accurate, and strange to the extreme. It was only at this moment that Chun Hao's expression suddenly changed, and he cursed when he sensed the pure and powerful immortal sword essence. There was no doubt that the person in front of him was not Long Ting at all. Moreover, the aura of the immortal sword essence, the way she attacked, and the figure, although all of them had been disguised and were astonishingly improved compared to before, Chun Hao still knew who the person was in an instant. His anger rose up in an instant. Bitch. The reason why he could instantly deduce that it was Bailey Ningbing was very simple. Chun Hao, who had been in contact with Long Ting, naturally knew that Bailey Ningbing had become a disciple of the Divine Hall. He also knew that Bailey Ningbing and Long Ting had entered the same class and became classmates. He also knew that the two of them were at loggerheads. With Chun Hao's amazing intelligence, how could he not guess what was going on? Clang! Faced with Bailey Ningbing's vicious attack, Chun Hao was furious, but he did not dare to underestimate his opponent. He was very clear that a woman who could make Long Ting think that she was very powerful was definitely not weak in combat, especially since she had been an Earth Immortal for about a year, and he had just succeeded in passing the tribulation. Chi, chi, chi. Ding, ding, ding. Boom, boom, boom. How dare you attack me? Their sword lights intertwined and clashed. Along with a terrifying explosion, the entire cave was sent flying. The mountain collapsed, and the ground cracked. The two of them broke out of the cave and rose into the air, exchanging blows at the speed of thousands of swords in an instant. Humph! Today, I'll make you kneel before me and beg for mercy. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me, Bailey Ningbing. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll make you kneel and beg me to be your partner. I'll make you wish you were dead. I'll make you my slave for the rest of your life, a slave who will be humiliated to the extreme. Bailey Ningbing abruptly retreated, gritting her teeth as she spoke in a crazed manner. After she rushed out of the cave, the energy around her erupted like a volcano. Waves of profound aura covered the sky and the earth as it pressed down. Hatred, boundless hatred, the hatred that had been tormenting her all this time, making her almost crazy, finally exploded at this moment. Boom! Chi, this sword, which contained the immortal sword intent of heaven and earth, may be destroyed, the universe may collapse, but only I will not be destroyed. It also contained a mystery that shocked Chun Hao, and it was released from Bailey Ningbing's hand. At this moment, it was as if this sword was the only thing left in the world. It was as if everything under the sword intent would be annihilated and disappear. It was unstoppable and irreversible. What kind of technique is this? It's so strong? Chun Hao's pupils shrank. Although he was mentally prepared, he didn't expect Bailey Ningbing to be this strong. Chun Hao, who was already fuming from Bailey Ningbing's words, couldn't be bothered to be angry anymore. There was only seriousness, an unprecedented seriousness. Boom! His body, soul, will of the sword Tao, true essence. Everything was brought to the peak by Chun Hao at this moment. At the same time, Chun Hao's eyes blossomed with an incomparably resplendent light. His mind was pushed to the limit as he caught the sword that was like a bolt of lightning. Flaw? Where was the flaw? None. Even if there was, Chun Hao wouldn't be able to catch it at this critical moment. He didn't have time to think. Chun Hao, who had already made 2 preparations, suddenly met the attack with the sword he had condensed his strongest strength. Ding! There was a short sound of metal clashing as the 2 figures brushed past each other. A huge, pitch-black sword mark appeared in the void. There was no sound of energy explosion because everything had been swallowed by the spatial black hole that had torn apart space. Hiss! Right at that moment, Bailey Ningbing's figure suddenly vanished. However, her sword actually took a turn and shot towards Chun Hao in an even more powerful and berserk manner, as if it was her own arm. Immortal sword light! Chun Hao couldn't help but exclaim. Sword light could contain immortal intent, and Chun Hao could do the same. However, to turn sword light into true immortal sword light and condense it into an unbreakable and indestructible entity, Chun Hao couldn't do it at the moment because that required his sword spirit to be at its peak. All this time, Chun Hao had never treated sword Dao as his specialty and didn't specially refine his sword spirit. That wasn't his Dao. To be able to become a disciple of the Sacred Hall, you're indeed stronger than I imagined. Since you've forced me to this point, then today I'll let you see my true strength. Hiss! With his aura tumbling, Chun Hao, who was only wearing a pair of shorts, suddenly brought out the Saint artifact, the Dark North soft armor. At the same time, the raging energy around him shrank instead of expanding, completely submerging into his body. His pitch-black eyes suddenly flashed with 2 mysterious lights as he slashed out with his sword. Chi-chi. There were only 2 sword lights, one to meet Bailey Ningbing's immortal sword light, and the other to slash at the void. What? But it was this slash that made Bailey Ningbing cry out in surprise, and she immediately retreated. After her sneak attack on the seal failed, she had already known that if she wanted to take down Chun Hao, she would have to go through a fierce battle. Although this guy had just become an Earth immortal, Bailey Ningbing knew that Chun Hao's strength and freakish strength would not be easy to take down. However, she believed that with the help of the Dark North soft armor and the immortal sword light, she would be invincible. This was because the Dark North soft armor would allow her to come and go as she pleased, and the immortal sword light would reduce her energy consumption to the minimum. How could she lose? How could she not take him down? Moreover, even if she couldn't take him down and wanted to leave, Chun Hao would not be able to stop her. However, she had just concealed herself and was about to give Chun Hao a fatal blow under the attack of the immortal sword light. However, Chun Hao had actually killed her with a single strike. How was this possible? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 639. Coincidence. This is definitely a coincidence. There's no way he can see through the concealment of my saint-level magic treasure. Impossible. Bailey Ningbing hastily swung her sword. Her sneak attack failed, and she was struck by Chun Hao's sword instead. She had just gathered her strength, but before she could fully release it, she clashed with Chun Hao's attack. She didn't even have time to use 60% of her strength. Rumble! Bailey Ningbing was sent flying, but she only flew a few thousand feet before disappearing into the void again. She resisted the feeling of her blood boiling and didn't come out of her concealment state. Instead, she chose to stay far away from Chun Hao and went to a place where she thought Chun Hao wouldn't be able to see her. She didn't make a move and continued to attack Chun Hao with her immortal sword. Humph! Chun Hao snorted disdainfully as if he didn't see Bailey Ning Bing at all. He raised his sword and attacked madly. Streaks of sword light, containing the will of destruction, continuously attacked Bailey Ning Bing's immortal sword. If one strike wasn't enough, he would use 10. If 10 wasn't enough, he would use 100. Chun Hao only lacked the refinement of his sword soul, and he wasn't any weaker than Bailey Ning Bing in terms of sword Dao. The materialized immortal sword's energy could only last longer, and Chun Hao would have to expend several times more energy to destroy it. With Chun Hao's recovery speed, what was there to fear? As expected, Bailey Ning Bing saw that Chun Hao didn't chase after her, but was entangled with the immortal sword light she had activated. Moreover, he had formed an impenetrable defense around him. From time to time, he would violently attack the void. This made her even more certain that Chun Hao had definitely hit her by accident and not caught her. But his reaction speed is very fast. Even if I ambush him, I have to combine my attacks to catch him off guard. Victory is destined to be mine, so why should I rush at this moment? His energy consumption is several times greater than mine. I only need to be patient to take him down. Hiss. Thinking of this, Bailey Ning Bing deliberately set up a deceptive formation. With a strong thought, she quickly approached Chun Hao. Chun Hao activated his chi and made a feint. As expected, Chun Hao fell for it. He violently turned around and slashed his sword. Humph! See how I'll toy with you. Every time Bailey Ning Bing's immortal sword light was destroyed by Chun Hao, she would appear for an instant and release another one. Then, she would hide and tease Chun Hao again to exhaust his energy. Occasionally, she would also release a real attack, combining real and fake attacks to confuse Chun Hao. Unfortunately, what she didn't know was that she, who thought she was toying with Chun Hao, was actually being toyed with by Chun Hao. In Chun Hao's eyes, Bailey Ning Bing was completely naked as she jumped up and down. This was a magical and fantastical ability that Chun Hao had obtained long ago. Under normal circumstances, Chun Hao wouldn't be willing to use this ability because the visual impact was too great. Especially in a city, Chun Hao didn't dare to use it. Otherwise, no matter how strong Chun Hao's willpower was, he would probably be overwhelmed by lust every day or vomit because of a naked man, but the strength of this ability was unquestionable. It made Bailey Ning Bing, who had a sage-level concealment artifact, unable to hide. Of course, the reason why Chun Hao pretended not to sense Bailey Ning Bing at this moment wasn't for the sake of fantasizing. Facing such a crazy and unreasonable bitch, how could he be interested? Especially when she threatened to make him kneel and beg for mercy. The reason for this was that Chun Hao, who had just advanced to the Earth celestial stage, just happened to be able to test his strength against the powerful Bailey Ning Bing. Of course, Chun Hao also knew that he wouldn't be able to take her down in a short time. So he used this kind of steady method. It would just take a little more energy and time. In the end, no matter what, Chun Hao would ruthlessly trample this bitch under his feet and let her see his methods. As for killing her, Chun Hao hadn't thought about it. Not to mention Bailey Ning Bing's current identity as a disciple of the Divine Temple who was protected by the entire human race. Even if she didn't have this identity, Bailey Ning Bing wouldn't have deserved to die. Whether it was her or her grandfather, Guan Nanchao, they hadn't done anything that completely violated the Wuji star. Moreover, in a sense, they, especially Bailey Ning Bing, were the Wuji star's current support. He still remembered the conflict with the Red Pagoda planet before the test in the Second World. Bailey Ning Bing had shown a sense of belonging to the Wuji star. At the same time, the most important point was that Chun Hao only sensed hatred from Bailey Ning Bing, but not killing intent. Although Chun Hao despised and loathed this woman, he also knew why she was so crazy and unreasonable. Chi-chi-chi, boom boom boom. The fierce battle continued minute by minute. She thought that as time passed, Chun Hao, who was several times more exhausted than her, would definitely be unable to hold on. However, after a full 10 minutes, Chun Hao still didn't show any signs of fatigue. Instead, Bailey Ning Bing felt more and more exhausted. This made Bailey Ning Bing so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. She was mad with hatred and had no choice but to change her strategy and increase the number of real attacks. However, what made her angry was that Chun Hao's reaction speed was too shocking. Every time she thought that her attack would succeed, it was violently destroyed by Chun Hao. Even her strongest move didn't succeed. Why? Why is he so strong? So strong? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Chi, an even more terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Bailey Ning Bing's body. No, I can't lose the big picture for the small things. I can't. If I burn my soul, my potential will be affected. I have to surpass him, really surpass him. Endure. This time I can only endure. Chi, boom. Chen Hao, just you wait. One day, I will make you suffer, so much that you'll wish you were dead. I will make you regret it. One day, what? Didn't you want to beat me until I kneel and beg for mercy? You're giving up now. Hiss. Hearing Bailey Ning Bing's words, Chun Hao said coldly with disdain. His figure suddenly closed in on the direction of the voice. Just you wait. It won't be long. I want to leave. Don't think you can stop me. Hiss. Bailey Ning Bing felt a deep sense of humiliation. She came full of confidence, especially when she said those words at the beginning. However, she couldn't do anything to her opponent. Once again, she let him be arrogant. Once again, she proved that she was useless in front of him, being slapped in the face. This was undoubtedly one disaster after another. She could only leave as fast as she could so as not to see her opponent's proud and arrogant face. What little pride she had left would be ruthlessly attacked and trampled on by him again. You want to run? Do you think I'm a punching bag that you can come and go as you please? Today, if I don't let you have a taste of my methods, you'll really think I'm easy to bully. Boom. Following Chun Hao's words, he charged towards Bailey Ning Bing like a cannonball. Dream on. Hiss. Bailey Ning Bing silently changed her direction under the concealment effect of the saint-grade spiritual treasure. Not being able to take down Chun Hao was already an extreme humiliation to her. How could she let Chun Hao catch up to her? Moreover, with the concealment effect of the saint-grade spiritual treasure, she had absolute confidence that she could escape unscathed. Now, Chun Hao was only chasing blindly based on sound. What was there to fear? But in just an instant, Bailey Ning Bing almost cried out in shock. Forcefully suppressing the fear in her heart, she changed her direction again, then changed again and again. Finally, she shockingly discovered that she was wrong from the beginning. How was this a fast reaction speed? She had been thoroughly toyed with by Chun Hao. The saint-grade spiritual treasure actually couldn't hide from Chun Hao's perception from the beginning. Boom, boom, boom. Facing Chun Hao, who was chasing after her with astonishing speed and unceasing attacks, Bailey Ning Bing truly felt her hair stand on end at this moment. She frantically defended against Chun Hao's attacks, fighting as she fled. For a moment, although Chun Hao couldn't take her down, she also discovered that it was impossible for her to escape. What did this mean? Bailey Ning Bing originally had no choice but to temporarily retreat because she felt that she couldn't take down Chun Hao. She planned to settle the score with Chun Hao in the future. But now, even her greatest reliance had lost its effect. To be precise, it didn't have any effect in the first place. Boom. What are you trying to do? After knowing that concealment had no effect, Bailey Ning Bing no longer wasted her energy and true essence to activate the saint-grade spiritual treasure. After releasing a powerful sword technique, she glared at Chun Hao and spoke with fury. What am I trying to do? You followed me here and threatened to beat me to the ground, make me beg for mercy torture me until I beg for death, and become your slave. What do you think I'm trying to do? I'm a disciple of the temple. How dare you? What a big temple disciple. I'm so scared. Ha ha, Chi. Chun Hao became one with his sword, looking at the terrified Bailey Ningbing. In his eyes, Bailey Ningbing was completely naked, and without the slightest bit of pity, he violently attacked. Everyone loved beauty, especially a peerless beauty like Bailey Ningbing. It was likely that any man, especially under the super-perverted gaze of Chun Hao, would feel protective feelings for the fairer sex. Of course, it was more likely that he would have the evil intent to take her down on the spot. In truth, if it was the Chun Hao of his previous life, he would undoubtedly take this woman down, ravage her 100 times, and then run away with his pants. But the Chun Hao of this life, or the Chun Hao after fusion, would definitely not do that. Firstly, he had no sexual interest in this arrogant, self-centered, and unreasonable woman. Secondly, it didn't conform to his personality. In this life, he didn't dare to say anything else, but the basic chastity was absolute, without any impurities. Otherwise, with his endless luck with women, he wouldn't have only truly gotten Tantai Lien until now. But it was impossible to let Bailey Ningbing go just like that. Make her kneel on the ground and beg for mercy? Then I'll make you kneel. Cough, cough. Kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Humiliate me? Then I'll humiliate you until you wet your pants when you see me. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 640. Chi. Another 10 minutes later, Bailey Ningbing could no longer hold on. Chun Hao, who was still as lively as ever, had his shoulder pierced by a sword light. At the same time, a rune containing the law of sealing covered Bailey Ningbing. Pung! His entire body directly fell from the void and fell onto the ground in a daze, unable to move. Let me go. Bailey Ningbing looked at the descending Chun Hao in horror. Pa! The crisp sound of the slap resounded through the sky. Bailey Ningbing, who was sealed, immediately felt dizzy. If it weren't for her strong physical body and immortal will, her head would have exploded from the slap. What do you want? But it was this slap that made Bailey Ningbing calm down. Her eyes became even colder, staring at Chun Hao with hatred. The fear on her face had already disappeared. She didn't believe that Chun Hao would dare to kill her. As a disciple of the temple, she was protected by the highest temple in the entire vast universe galaxy. She was the future of the human race, the elites of the human race. Besides the temple, no one could and no one dared to dictate their life and death. Killing her was equivalent to suicide. Pa, pa, pa. Unfortunately, the cold Chun Hao's reply was a series of slaps. The strength of each slap was just enough to make her see stars, but not enough to make her faint. She could be sure that this was a complete humiliation, a ravaging. I will not let you go. The humiliation you gave me, one day I will return it 100 times, 1,000 times. Hit me as much as you want. Pa, pa, pa. Humiliation? You call this humiliation? Chi. What are you doing? What am I doing? What are you afraid? Kneel in front of me and beg for forgiveness. Maybe I can consider letting you go. Chi, beast. Chi. Chun Hao's expression was cold, his eyes filled with lust and viciousness. Neither fast nor slow, neither fast nor slow. He violently tore apart Bailey Ningbing's clothes. Even the spirit artifact soft armor was forcefully taken away by Chun Hao without Bailey Ningbing's true essence and mind. Her white and tender flesh was exposed to the light of day. At the same time, one hand was slapping her nonstop. Hurry up, my patience is very limited. Chi, in your dreams. Kill me if you have the guts. Kill you? That's too easy for you. Why would I kill you? I will strip you of your clothes. You dare. You humiliate me. The temple will not let you go. To humiliate you? You think I will humiliate you? Even if you raise your butt in front of me, I won't be interested. You think you're pretty? Good figure? Pooey. At most, you're just a man's sex tool. A pity I'm not a casual person. I have no interest in an unreasonable and self-righteous slut like you. Chunhao said he had no interest, but he still slowly tore apart Bailey Ningbing's clothes. You, don't be agitated. TSK. Your face is red. Your heart is beating faster. Your breathing is hurried. Why? Do you like the taste of being raped? Or do you like being raped by me? A pity I can't satisfy you. It's still not too late for you to kneel down and beg for mercy. Otherwise, when I strip you naked, it'll be time for me to parade you around the streets. I'll let millions of cultivators see what's so attractive about you. A moron who thinks that all men in the world should like you and those who don't should die. What? I will kill you. Kill you. The temple will not let you go. I'm so scared. TSK. Although I don't like it, your figure is really not bad. I believe many people will like it. I wonder what they'll think when they see you, a disciple of the temple, parading around the streets naked. Don't think I'm joking. There's not much time left. Bailey Ningbing's robes had been completely torn apart. At this moment, only her chest and underwear were left. Her snow-white long legs, flat stomach, slender waist, and her chest heaving up and down due to anger. Although Chunhao didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that this slut was indeed a good tool for him to vent his lust. Although it was the same as what he saw with his the feeling was completely different. Do it if you dare. You want me to beg for mercy? Dream on. You think I don't dare? Chunhao raged. If you dare, do it. Everything you've done to me, one day, I'll make you regret it. If not, just kill me and end it all. F***CK. Chunhao was completely infuriated by this woman. He directly and savagely split her chest into two from the middle, violently tearing it apart, following Bailey Ningbing's scream. The woman's hands suddenly covered her bouncing snow-white breasts as she glared at Chunhao, her eyes filled with venom and boundless hatred. F***CK. Seeing this, Chunhao was even angrier. His hands reached for Bailey Ningbing's lower body. With a tearing sound, her underwear was also torn apart. Bailey Ningbing couldn't stop him even if she wanted to. At this moment, she only had the most basic freedom of movement. Bailey Ningbing clenched her teeth, so hard that her lips bled. She covered her chest with one hand and held her lower body with the other as she glared at Chunhao. She didn't even say a word, but her body trembled violently. This clearly told Chunhao how strong her hatred was. Her eyes were glistening with endless humiliation. Chunhao, who had been driven mad by this stubborn and extreme woman, looked at the completely naked Bailey Ningbing, who was staring at him like a venomous snake, filled with humiliation and hatred. He suddenly felt that he was an idiot. How could he make such an extreme and crazy woman submit? Or was it just a threat? F***CK your mother. For the first time, Chunhao felt that he had lost his head from anger. That was why he did something so stupid. You've got guts, but only this once. Put away your humiliating and hateful gaze. You'll never be my opponent. Also, I don't think I've done anything to offend you. It's all your nonsense. If you can't recognize this and continue to pester me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Rumble. Chunhao casually undid the restriction on Bailey Ningbing's body. Without another glance, he turned into a ray of light and quickly left. Just you wait. Just you wait. Ah. Bailey Ningbing, who had regained her freedom, jumped up and screamed at the top of her lungs. Chun Hao, who had been sent flying, was speechless. In the end, he suppressed his desire to kill her and quickly left. It wasn't that he wasn't decisive enough, but that he really didn't have a reason to kill Bailey Ningbing. To put it bluntly, no matter how one looked at it, Bailey Ningbing hadn't touched his bottom line. In his eyes, she was just a crazy woman whose thoughts were so extreme that they couldn't be reasoned with. The root cause was that he had refused to replace Dongfang Han as her cultivation partner, and this time, Chun Hao had indeed lost his rationality because of this crazy woman's words and actions. He should have known that such an extreme person would never be intimidated by him. Therefore, he shouldn't have used such a method to intimidate her. Moreover, he really did strip Bailey Ningbing naked. This made Chun Hao, who had calmed down, feel that he had gone too far. No matter how wrong this woman was, no matter how cheap she was, it wasn't to the point where she couldn't be redeemed. Trampling on her was fine, but stripping her naked was still too much. Moreover, Chun Hao wouldn't do as he said and parade her naked in the streets. Damn it, she's already done it. Serves her right. She asked for it. If she doesn't repent, damn it, she definitely won't let it go. Next time. Chun Hao flew quickly, extremely depressed. He should have felt good after trampling on this woman, but now he felt like he was being trampled on instead. There wasn't the slightest thrill of victory. Chun Hao didn't even know what to do next time. Kill. It wasn't to the extent that if he didn't kill her, he would be pestered. Meeting such a crazy woman was indeed a headache. Ah. Boom, boom, boom. Bailey Ningbing seemed to have gone crazy. She screamed angrily and attacked crazily, venting the anger and hatred in her heart that was about to explode. Stripped naked. She was stripped naked, but his eyes didn't even look straight at her. What made Bailey Ningbing's thousands of nerves hurt even more was the extremely humiliating words he said, "I'll definitely make you regret it. Definitely. Definitely." Gee. After venting for a full 2 minutes, Bailey Ningbing turned into a ray of light and left quickly with endless unwillingness and humiliation. Beep, beep, beep. Brother Hao? I just came up. Ha ha ha, what's wrong? 4 hours later, Long Ting, who had just returned to the sacred palace in Vast Universe City, received Chun Hao's communication request as soon as she logged into the second world. This kind of situation was rare, especially when they had just contacted each other. Pay attention to Bailey Ningbing in the future. Don't be followed again. Ah? Brother Hao, what do you mean? What do I mean? Girl, when I triggered the heavenly punishment, did you come? Ahem. I just went to take a look. I didn't. Brother Hao, you said Bailey Ningbing followed me? Long Ting suddenly realized what Chun Hao meant and frowned in surprise. Yes, she has a saint artifact with concealment and tracking attributes. Be careful in the future. That woman is a lunatic. Brother Hao, you saw her? More than saw. If it weren't for the fact that she didn't deserve to die, I would have killed her. Ahem. You guys fought. You won. What would happen if I lost? That's true. Brother Hao, if you lost, you would have probably been raped by her. Ha ha ha. Long Ting laughed mockingly. Girl, all right, I'm going offline. Chun Hao said speechlessly and cut off the communication. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 641. The Earth Celestial stage was a brand new stage, and it was also the stage where Chun Hao felt the smallest improvement after his advancement. The reason was naturally because he had reached the full circle stage. But to ordinary people, this might seem silly and purely a waste of time, but to Chun Hao, it was necessary because of his Tao, his cultivation method, of course. The most important thing was that he had advanced continuously in the chaotic space. If Chun Hao had not found his own Tao, then his advancement back, then would not have been wrong at all. But after finding his Tao, it became spoiling by excessive enthusiasm, and he had no choice but to temper himself in the second world with a pseudo-stage. But, although it was necessary, Chun Hao, who had been full of expectations for divine punishment, did not gain anything, and he was still a little depressed. After stepping into the Earth's celestial stage, the only thing I have improved is the quality and capacity of my true essence. At this moment, Chun Hao had already left Pan Nuo City without stopping to rest, and came to a city smaller than Pan Nuo City on vast universe star East Flow City. He sat cross-legged in the largest restaurant in East Flow City, in the most expensive room in the cultivation room, and finally put aside the unhappiness caused by Bailey Ningbing. He calmed his heart and sensed the changes in his body after stepping into the Earth celestial stage. What made him depressed was that his physical body, soul, state of mind, comprehension of the heavenly Tao, and so on, did not seem to have changed after going through divine punishment, and there was basically no difference from when he was in the human celestial stage. The only thing that had improved was the quality and capacity of his true essence. Even little sister Ting knows that I have a reason, and she still calls me an idiot. Damn it. The others definitely think I'm an idiot. Luckily, no one knows who I am. Cough, cough, only that woman knows. But after stepping into the Earth celestial stage, I can fight steadily and surely. Let's go to the second world and fight 1,000 battles. First, hiss, chi. A spiritual helmet flew out from between Chun Hao's eyebrows and floated in front of him. At the same time, Chun Hao forced a stream of blood essence into it. Clearly, this was an ownerless spiritual realm helmet. For more than a year, Chun Hao would enter the second world with a new identity every once in a while. For any identity, once it caused a sensation in the second world, it would disappear without a trace. For more than a year, that was more than 10 years in the second world. Chun Hao had already used 98 identities, and each identity had become a mystery character in some city of the second world's vast universe star. After stepping into the Earth immortal realm and entering East Flow City, Chun Hao naturally had to enter with a new identity. Boom. Name, Cold-Blooded. Cultivators of vast universe stars, East Flow City. Wealth card number, ********. Chun Hao skillfully inputted the information he had fabricated. In the past, Chun Hao had racked his brains trying to refine a spirit realm helmet. But after arriving at Vast Universe Star, he discovered that this so-called black market was an existence that everyone knew about and tacitly allowed to exist. Moreover, including the spirit realm helmets, some of them belonged to dead cultivators, and some of them were brand new helmets that had never been used by anyone. These helmets were sold by some planets and forces themselves. All Chun Hao had to do was apply for an anonymous wealth card. The name was random, and the place of origin was based on the location of the spirit realm helmet you first used. After entering the second world, the place you would appear in would be the corresponding city of the second world. Just like when he first entered the second world on Limitless Star belonged to the Asian Ing planet, and the cultivators of the Asian Ing planet all corresponded to the Asian Ing city of the second world. Now, the most powerful planet of the human race, Vast Universe Star, had a corresponding city in the second world. One could imagine how big and powerful Vast Universe Star was. Swish! A white light flashed, and Chun Hao directly appeared in the Asian Ing planet's East Flow City of the second world. Phew! Although my strength hasn't increased by much, I'm still at the Earth Immortal realm. I can finally challenge an Earth Immortal expert without attracting too much attention, looking at the endless stream of cultivators around him. Chun Hao quickly changed his appearance and aura. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile as he thought to himself. Originally, when he started to challenge in the arena, especially when he was at the later stage of the human celestial stage, it was difficult to find a challenging opponent, even in the cities of the vast universe star. Moreover, as the number of challenges increased, Chun Hao felt that his combat skills were not perfect yet, and he couldn't find an opponent who could help him hone his skills. Therefore, he had to challenge an Earth immortal expert who was at a higher stage than him. However, the consequences of doing so were often too eye-catching. After a few challenges, he had to change his identity. Moreover, when he started to use a new identity for the first time, he had to send out many challenge applications, and the stakes had to be set very high. Only then could he possibly pass the application. Now, although his combat strength hadn't increased by much, and only his true core strength had increased, he was at the Earth immortal realm. At least the challenges had become easier and less eye-catching. Just when Chun Hao released his mind to sense the aura around him, Chun Hao was suddenly stunned. Then, a touch of surprise appeared on his face. I am heaven and earth. Heaven and earth are me. How could it appear so easily? At this moment, Chun Hao clearly felt that his real body and himself in the second world had once again transcended the constraints of the law of time. They were completely integrated. Since the first time this happened, Chun Hao had been pursuing this state. Although he had succeeded twice, he still didn't have any clues or useful experience. He could only say that it was based on luck. It had to be said that although this state could only appear when he was at the peak of the cultivation stage, it didn't necessarily appear. It could be said that it could only be encountered by chance. This doesn't make sense. Even Chun Hao himself found it hard to believe. Was this real? He had been in the second world for more than 10 years. Even though he had become more and more complete in the worldly immortal realm as time passed, he had only entered this state twice. Moreover, it had appeared when he was meditating in a state of secluded meditation. But now he hadn't even adjusted his state of mind, and it had appeared just like that. What surprised Chun Hao even more was that he seemed to be able to clearly grasp the mystery of this state. He was sure that even if he exited the second world and entered it again, he could easily integrate with it. What was going on? I am heaven and earth are me. Only when my cultivation stage is at the peak of the cultivation stage can I encounter this state. But I have just stepped into the Earth celestial stage. How could I encounter this state? Moreover, it seems that I have mastered this state of mind. Give it a try. Give it a try. Chun Hao suspected that this feeling was unreal, but it was real. He was a little worried that he wouldn't be able to enter this state if he tried, but that clear feeling of control. Chun Hao couldn't help but want to test it out. Chun Hao turned into a white light and disappeared in the second world. Soon after, Chun Hao appeared in the second world again. Moreover, a moment later, the cultivators who passed by saw a guy who was laughing madly at the sky. Ha, ha, ha. Good. Tian Fa didn't give me any benefits, but this benefit is more practical than any improvement in other aspects. Ha, ha. Chun Hao was in a good mood. The gloomy feeling of Tian Fa not gaining any improvement was swept away. What did it mean to be able to enter this state at all times? It meant that Chun Hao's cultivation in the second world would be more in sync with reality. As long as he could do it in the second world, his real body would be able to do it with a little practice. This would definitely save a lot of training time. How could Chun Hao not be excited? With only 8 years' time, he would have to fight with an expert at the peak of the heavenly celestial stage. Although Chun Hao was very confident and firmly believed that he could do it, it was still a belief and not certainty. But now, it made his belief even firmer. This was the best gift that God had given him. What he lacked was time. Phew, to be able to enter this state at any time. I would have to spend 4/5 of my training time, but I can definitely reduce it to 1/4. In other words, I only need 1/5 of my training time. Ha ha ha. My promotion speed can be increased by 4 times. Even if I spend half of my time sleeping, my promotion speed will be twice as fast as before. Ha ha ha. Just wait. 8 years later, it will be the time for me to seek justice, the peak of the heavenly celestial stage. I want to see who is the one who is courting death. Ah, Chi. Even as Chun Hao's excitement grew, and he thought about how he would get justice 8 years later, and how he would be reunited with his women, his true self suddenly exploded with power. He once again transformed into a beam of white light that vanished from the second world. Boundless desire, like a raging fire, was 10 times, 100 times more intense than the previous explosion. The medicinal power of the 1E Nirvana pill during this 1.5 years. Perhaps it was because the pressure on Chun Hao was too great that he'd never aroused any thoughts of lust, causing him to only endure the baptism of the flames of desire burning his body and burning his soul. Even though it was unbearable, he still restrained himself. Long Ting, on the other hand, had already taken the second pill that contained Chun Hao's blood essence, which was the Tu Yang Nirvana pill. This was something that Chun Hao was very proud of, and Long Ting was very depressed. And now, perhaps it was because Chun Hao suddenly felt relaxed, or perhaps it was because he thought of reuniting with the girls and the exhilaration of being able to hold his head high, Chun Hao finally erupted again. Moreover, it was 10 times, 100 times more intense than the previous explosion. Chun Hao's mind was instantly filled with boundless desire. His body and soul were burning, and his mind was filled with Long Ting. Moreover, the degree of temptation increased by 100, 1,000 times. Roar! Roar! Chun Hao's exposed skin turned as red as blood. His originally clear eyes turned blood red at this moment, and a low roar filled with wildness and desire erupted uncontrollably from his roar. Endure! 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 In the depths of his soul, Chun Hao roared crazily. He desperately resisted the pain of burning desire and held on to his last bit of consciousness. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 642. Ka, the vermilion bird, let out a cry and flew out from between Chun Hao's eyebrows. It held the jade bottle with the second pill in its mouth and appeared in front of Chun Hao. Then it quickly hid in a corner. Its task was very simple. If Chun Hao could not bear the double pain of being burned by the flames of desire and being burned by the spirit and fell into a state where he lost all reason, it would be the moment it took out the second pill. It did not need to care about anything else. It only needed to take out the pill, and the pill that contained Long Ting's blood essence would be taken by Chun Hao as Long Ting and be directly absorbed. This was also something that Chun Hao had arranged long ago. Because in order to train oneself to the greatest extent, one had to break through one's limits. But where one's limits were, it was very difficult to accurately grasp, and even more difficult to be stuck at the right point. Once one lost control, one would directly lose all reason. When one had reason, it meant that one had not reached the limit. If one relied solely on oneself, how could one grasp it? It was precisely because of this that Chun Hao handed it over to the vermilion bird and let it act the moment he collapsed. This way it would be much more accurate. In fact, only a perverted fellow like Chun Hao would choose such a perverted method of destroying oneself and squeezing out every bit of potential. This kind of double pain of being burned by the flames of desire and being burned by the flames of desire was basically unbearable when one still had reason, not to mention when one had completely lost all reason. Long Ting would definitely not do this, and would not be able to bear it. Chi, 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 roar. Pung, rumble invisible and untouchable, but burning fiercely, the flames of desire that almost made Chun Hao explode, filled every nerve and every cell in Chun Hao's body. The low roar, full of wildness and primitive calling, became louder and louder. The uncontrollable surge of inner yuan even directly shook the clothes on his body into powder, and he became naked, valiant, ferocious, exuding an endless masculine aura. In Chun Hao's mind, Long Ting, who had a graceful and beautiful figure to begin with, became even more enchanting. Following Chun Hao's fantasies, she posed in all sorts of seductive postures. This made Chun Hao, who still maintained a trace of rationality, unable to control his body, and made all sorts of gestures that symbolized the might of a man, even though he knew that everything was just an illusion, a fleeting cloud, and a figment of his imagination. The vermilion bird, the ancient divine beast that had reconstructed its golden body, was dumbfounded as it watched from the side. Even though it did not have the emotions and desires of a human, the crazy Chun Hao still made it think of how Long Ting would be ravaged by Chun. How if she was here, I've sinned. How could I make wild guesses about Master and Matriarch's ugly behavior? Fortunately, Master doesn't have the time to pay attention to my thoughts right now. Phew, the vermilion bird spat out a mouthful of mystic flame and heaved a long sigh of relief. She immediately focused her mind and stopped looking, listening, and thinking. She only left a strand of divine sense to sense Chun Hao's aura. Time passed minute by minute, second by second. Chun Hao was like a wild beast that had gone mad as he madly danced about in the cultivation room. His entire body was completely red, but it was definitely not the red color of being tempered by the profound fire. Instead, it was the red color of being tempered by the boiling blood. It almost caused Chun Hao's skin to bleed, and his soul was even more so being burned and tempered by the raging flames of lust. The double pain that Chun Hao, who maintained a trace of obsession and reason, endured became more and more terrifying. But this kind of pain was different from ordinary pain. It could not be described with words. The only thing that could be done was to endure. Finally, after another 4 hours, the medicinal effect that was like a volcanic eruption finally began to weaken and fade away. All kinds of illusions disappeared, and the flames of desire subsided, and Chun Hao's body that had almost turned into soldering iron also began to gradually return to normal. His eyes gradually became clear, his soul gradually became clear, and his reason gradually recovered, accompanied by a kind of sweet dew nourishing the body and the soul. Chun Hao gasped for breath. One of his limbs was facing the sky, and his 4 limbs were spread out as he lay on his back. Furthermore, the limb that was facing the sky gradually stopped beating. The tide receded, and his body became soft. His essence, chi, spirit, and true yuan had been completely burned away. But at this moment, Chun Hao could clearly feel that his soul, body, mind, and will seem to have undergone a baptism of heaven's punishment. And it was not the baptism of heaven's punishment that did not have any effect. There was an obvious improvement, becoming more condensed and pure. Phew, I've endured it. The outbreak this time is 100 times stronger than the last time. If it was just a little bit stronger, I'm afraid I would have completely lost my reason and would not be able to endure it. But the benefits of this burning body and burning spirit, the effect is actually so good. Chun Hao felt the changes in his body and said excitedly in his heart, "Voila, the best quality spirit spring water floated out." Chun Hao directly immersed himself in it and began to recover. However, Chun Hao did not take the initiative to refine himself. Instead, he bathed in it and quietly enjoyed the comfort of natural recovery. Ever since the last time in the chaotic space, when he truly enjoyed the benefits of tension and relaxation, no matter how nervous Chun Hao was, he would also deliberately relax himself for a certain period of time. And right now, he was going to sleep comfortably in the spirit spring. He did not think of anything, did nothing, and truly relaxed himself. Originally, he thought that after this outbreak, Chun Hao would be able to endure for a long period of time and would not have an outbreak. But what Chun Hao did not expect was that in the following 3 days, he would have 2 consecutive outbursts, and each time was more intense than the previous one. The duration was also longer, but the tempering of his body seemed to have reached its saturation point, and the effect became negligible. This made Chun Hao understand that the effect of the first pill had already reached its saturation point. If he did not swallow the second pill, the frequency of his outbursts would increase, but it would not have much effect. Thus, Chun Hao did not hesitate and directly swallowed the second pill. After swallowing the second pill, Chun Hao naturally experienced the first baptism of the medicinal effect. Then, he finally returned to normal and did not have any more outbursts. Chun Hao finally once again immersed himself in cultivation. In the real world, 2 months later, the second world, East Flow City Arena, Earth Celestial Stage Area. Cold-blooded, 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 cold-blooded. Countless cultivators gathered around an arena, and there were even more cultivators waving their arms and shouting cold-blooded. The crowd was stirred up. For those who did not know the truth, when they heard these shouts, they thought that they were cursing someone. However, the expressions of the crowd clearly did not seem like they were cursing someone, especially when they looked at the central arena. Their eyes were filled with the light of worship. Cold-blooded, this was a person's name. In a short 2 months, which was less than 2 years in the second world, the name of this person had shaken the East Flow City Arena. Cold-blooded, just like his name, he was cold-blooded and merciless. In the second world, for nearly 2 years, he would appear in the arena every day. Moreover, after 10 matches, he would directly leave. No one knew his true appearance. From start to finish, he wore a black robe and a black bamboo hat. Even in battle, no one had ever been able to take off his bamboo hat, and no one had been able to lift his mysterious veil. Everyone could only judge from his aura that he was not too old. In the world of cultivation, they could only call him a youth. At the start, not many people paid attention to him, as his perfect victory record increased by 10 points every day, as well as all the cultivators that had fought with him and those that had watched him fight. The name of Cold-Blooded began to spread throughout the arena, and today it had reached an unprecedented peak. Because today he was challenging Cold-Blooded's opponent, because today's battle was so close, and because to challenge Cold-Blooded in front of the tens of thousands of cultivators of East Flow City, he had just said these words: "I don't know what you look like, I don't know your true identity, and I certainly don't know your past, but I know that you are the one I have been waiting for. Cold-Blooded, I want to be your Tao companion. Is that possible? Cold-Blooded, I want to be your Tao companion. Is that possible?" To any young disciple of East Flow City, these words were like heavenly music to their ears. They directly ignited the entire arena. If any of the youths present were to be cold-blooded, they would agree without hesitation, without any conditions or reasons. This was because the one who said these words was the most talented young girl of East Flow City in the last 1,000 years. Her appearance wasn't enough to cause the downfall of nations, but under the halo of the most talented young girl, she possessed a charm that no man could resist. But now, the idol in everyone's hearts, the goddess, had actually confessed in front of tens of thousands of cultivators. This mysterious youth was so mysterious that no one knew anything about him. They hadn't even heard his voice before. He was like a perfect fighting machine. 10 matches a day. Not even thunder could move him. If he came, he would fight, and if he finished, he would leave. Countless people had tried to follow him, wanting to understand him, but no one had succeeded. If it wasn't because they couldn't catch his aura, then he would directly log off. At the start, after the vast majority of young cultivators heard their goddess confess in front of everyone, they were stunned, disappointed, and hesitant. But afterwards, when they thought of their own conditions and saw the arrogant and indifferent cold-blooded, as well as the nervous and expectant goddess looking at him, someone finally took the lead and shouted out cold-blooded. How could their goddess be rejected? And in a situation where she had confessed in front of everyone, how could their goddess be someone they were worthy of? Perhaps only the mysterious cold-blooded, who had never tasted defeat, who even their goddess couldn't defeat, was worthy of their goddess. Some people even suspected that their goddess already knew the identity of this mysterious cold-blooded. But no matter what, at this moment, they didn't want their goddess to be rejected. They hoped that cold-blooded would respond. The union of two peak geniuses was undoubtedly the most perfect. Cold-blooded, cold-blooded, cold-blooded. The shouts became louder and louder. The atmosphere became more and more tense. On one side was their goddess's expectant and nervous gaze, and on the other side was the mysterious cold-blooded hidden in his black bamboo hat. No one could even tell what kind of expression cold-blooded had at this moment. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 643. The one you are waiting for is a genius whose combat strength and age match yours. Not me. Goodbye. Hiss. There was no clear victor, but the mysterious cold-blooded turned into a beam of white light and vanished from the arena. His battle record was fixed at 5,999 wins, 0 draws, 1 loss. All the clamor disappeared, and everyone's expression was one of astonishment. They had finally heard the mysterious cold-blooded voice, but they never imagined that his voice would be so old. Although it was obviously a fake voice, everyone believed that in the face of a goddess confession, no young man would deliberately pretend to be old. Could it be that the aura of life emitted from his body had been a disguise from the very beginning? This was the thought of the vast majority of spectators. After all, the goddess was destined to become a disciple of vast universe temple this year. Who would have the courage to refuse the goddess confession? Unless there was a reason he couldn't refuse. And the great difference in age was one of those reasons. If he wasn't a young man, then no matter how strong he was, his potential was still lacking. I am waiting for a genius whose combat strength and age match mine. Is that right? The goddess stared in a daze at the direction cold-blooded had vanished, muttering to herself. After a full half-minute of silence, a smile appeared on her face. Perhaps, but I am really attracted to you, even though your voice is beyond my expectations. You are a good person, Uncle. Shwa. The goddess faintly smiled at the audience. She didn't feel any disappointment or heartache from being rejected. Then, she directly vanished from the arena. She had no idea about the other party's situation, whether he was old or young, handsome or ugly, whether his background was good or bad. She had no idea at all. The only thing she knew was that this person's combat talent was extremely strong. And what attracted her the most was the mysterious aura on his body, or rather, the cold aura. In truth, she had already been observing him for a long time. It was only today that she came out to battle. In the process of battle, that feeling of being able to fight to her heart's content had left her excited. It had also caused her to feel a sense of appreciation for him. In particular, Beneath his veil, the occasional flash of light in his eyes made her believe that this was a person with a story, a person with talent, and a story behind him. Otherwise, why would he appear for so long without saying a single word? Otherwise, why would he conceal his identity when he could clearly earn a great deal of destiny? A moment of curiosity and a moment of impulse made her muster up the courage to say something she had never thought of before the challenge. He, who never spoke, rejected her, but replied. He used an old voice, a fake but real old voice, to reject her. It was a short sentence, but it touched her heart. Yes, the person she was waiting for might really be like what Leng Shui said. But she also knew that if Leng Shui accepted her confession, she would not go back on her words. Of course, the premise was that Leng Shui was not old. As for the reason why she said, "You're a good person, uncle," it was because if the other party disguised himself as a young man, he would agree to her request. If he dated her, what could she do? She knew nothing about him. It was just a moment of curiosity, impulse, and intuition that made her confess in public. "It's time to leave." Chen Hao, who was called Uncle by the #1 genius of East Flow City, muttered to himself as he left the second world. If he knew that he was called Uncle, he wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, to him, this sort of matter was already enough to keep him calm, let alone the current mysterious him. Even Big Brother Ugly in the past had encountered many confessions. Although the vast majority of those confessions were existences that made one's balls ache, there was no lack of beautiful women. Of course, this was only relative to Big Brother Ugly. They could only be considered flowers on the level of cow dung, but at the very least, this proved that as long as a man had talent, he would never lack women. For over a year, Chen Hao had changed places every time he fought. Every time he left, it was because he had no other choice. Keeping a low profile. Now, in order to peacefully cultivate, he had to keep a low profile. This was a fake identity to begin with. If he caused too much of a stir and attracted the attention of high-level figures or peak influences, that would be troublesome. I've gone a bit too far this time. Damn it, Chen Hao originally wanted to fight until he reached 8,000 matches before leaving, but he never imagined that he would attract the #1 genius of East Flow City. This young girl was regarded as a goddess by countless young disciples. Chen Hao had long since heard of her. Her talent and combat strength were absolutely astonishing. And after this battle, even though it was only on the arena stage of the Second World Arena, Chen Hao was certain that this young girl would be able to pass Vast Universe Temple's assessment this year. Originally, when Chen Hao saw this young girl request to challenge him, he had been a little excited and expectant. After all, to be able to fight with such a genius would definitely be a great tempering for him. Moreover, he had already decided that this battle was only to hone his combat skills. In the end, he would choose to lose to her. Otherwise, it would be far too shocking. But he never imagined that before the battle was over, this young girl would make an earth-shattering confession of love to him. This was far more astonishing than any number of consecutive victories he had. After consolidating these 6,000 matches, I'll begin my adventure. The confession of East Flow City's goddess, besides forcing Chen Hao to leave, didn't leave behind any ripples in his heart. Love wasn't something that could be spoken of so easily. In particular, to someone like him who had already matured, had a great fortune in love, and had a great deal of experience, there really wasn't anything to care about. In fact, he didn't even feel a little bit of joy. He slowly closed his eyes and immersed himself in the memories, feelings, and comprehensions of the 6,000 battles he had experienced in the past 600 days in the Second World. This was a summation that he had to make every time he fought for a long period of time. Learning and practicing, this was a joyous experience. The road of cultivation, in particular Chen Hao's great Tao, was even more so. The road he wanted to walk was a road that was different from the 3,000 Great Daas. It was a road that no one had ever walked before. The reason he had to experience countless battles and gain insights was because he wanted to learn from others. But the true reason was that Chen Hao wanted to find what was most suitable for him, what was most compatible with his Tao. This was a road that was destined to be difficult. He needed to constantly try and fumble his way forward. Chen Hao believed that once he truly grew up, he would soar into the heavens and shake the world with his name. This wasn't a name brought about by potential, but by true strength, the strength of a powerhouse. Half a month after Chen Hao immersed himself in his cultivation, within the entire second world, all of the top Earth celestial realm disciples of the top sects in the cities received a summons from their sects at almost the same time. At the same time, the top Earth celestial realm disciples that were adventuring in the real world also sensed the vibration of their sect tokens. All of the disciples that received this news were startled and immediately revealed looks of excitement. Those that were in the second world directly withdrew from the second world. No matter where they were, they all returned to their sects as quickly as possible. Those that received the message from their sect tokens in the real world also did the same. Similarly, in the vast universe temple, which symbolized the gathering of the most talented disciples in the vast universe galaxy, all of the disciples at the Earth celestial stage received this news 2 hours in advance. This news spread from the top sects to the second-rate and third-rate sects in less than a day, causing a sensation in the entire vast universe galaxy. However, the most excited ones were the masters of the Earth celestial stage, especially those who had stepped into the peak of the late stage of the Earth celestial stage for many years, but still couldn't comprehend the barrier. It seemed that they were destined to reach the end of their lives. They were extremely excited and started to prepare for the upcoming big opportunity with their fastest speed. Buzz. Celestial Master Qing Yang's summons. On the second day after the news was spread from the headquarters of the Human Alliance on the vast universe star, in the Wuji Celestial Palace, Yunmei Hall, which was the first hall of the Wuji Celestial Palace after the merger of Hanmei Hall and Yunwei Hall, Hanmei and Yunwei, who were sitting cross-legged in a cultivation room, received the summons from the palace master of the Wuji Celestial Palace. The summons didn't explain the reason. It just informed them to go to Spirit City as soon as possible. Hiss, hiss. Celestial Master Han Mei and Celestial Master Yun Wei stepped out of the cultivation room and gathered together. Han Mei, could it be? There's bad news again? I don't think so. Let's go and take a look first. Okay. Celestial Master Han Mei and Celestial Master Yun Wei seemed to have lost their former glory in just 2 years. Their sideburns were graying, although their appearances didn't change much. Once this aging aura appeared, everyone knew what it meant to cultivators. This situation shouldn't have happened. After all, they still had a long lifespan. Moreover, they were considered top geniuses on the Wuji Celestial Palace. Moreover, it had only been 2 years. The aging aura had appeared a little too quickly. However, the higher-ups of the Wuji Celestial Palace knew what was going on. It was because of Chen Hao. It was because of the terrible 10 years promise. Since Chen Hao's rise, it could be said that he was the true pillar of support for Celestial Master Han Mei and Celestial Master Yun Wei. It wasn't because they wanted to get something from Chen Hao, but because they were connected by fate. But now, let alone the two of them, the entire Yunmei Palace and even the entire Wuji Celestial Palace had fallen into a very bad situation. Although there wasn't any danger of annihilation, the Wuji Celestial Palace was showing signs of unstoppable decline. In fact, it wasn't just the Wuji Celestial Palace. Even the Wuji Demon Palace was facing the same situation. The entire Wuji Celestial Palace had become the sole ruler of the Wuji Celestial Palace. This was the human heart. The palace master of the Wuji celestial palace, Guan Nanchao, was an existence that was second only to the Wuji celestial palace. Moreover, this was only on the surface. In fact, even Lu Qingyang, the temporary ruler of the Wuji celestial palace, obeyed him. More importantly, Bailey Ningbing's rise had reached a point where everyone on the Wuji celestial palace looked up to her. What was a sacred palace disciple? It was a height that even the old ancestor of the Wuji celestial palace had never reached. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 644. Guan Nanchao and Lu Qingyang didn't need to do anything at all, let alone suppress them. In fact, after Guan Nanchao and Lu Qingyang took control of Limitless Star, they gave Limitless Demon Palace some obvious preferential treatment at the beginning, but for some unknown reason, in less than 2 months, they canceled all the preferential treatment and treated all the cultivators of Limitless Star equally. Moreover, in the past 2 years, they had never suppressed Wuji Immortal Palace and even took care of them slightly. But even so, Wuji Demon Palace naturally rose in strength. The heart of the people was the source of the gathering of providence. All of this originally belonged to Limitless Immortal Palace, and even more so to Yunmei Hall. But now, because of Chunhao's promise to fight in 10 years because of Chunhao's disappearance, and also because Chen Shui and the other women who were once admired and worshipped by everyone were imprisoned, they no longer existed. Even Senior Immortal Han Mei and Senior Immortal Yun Wei were unable to recover from the setback because of this incident. All their hopes were pinned on Chen Hao, Chen Shui, and the other women. But now, feeling uneasy, the two of them quickly rushed to Spirit City. They were afraid of hearing any unfavorable news, especially since Lu Qingyang was the one who summoned them this time. This made them very uneasy. Lu Qingyang was the temporary ruler of Wuji Star. Could it be that something big happened? The two of them arrived at Spirit City at the fastest speed and directly entered the second world. They spent immortal metacrystals and took the teleportation array directly to Wuji Star's station. Han Mei, Yun Wei, quickly go to the main hall. Senior Immortal Qingyang and Senior Immortal Nanchao are distributing when Senior Immortal Han Mei and Senior Immortal Yun Wei arrived at the gate of Wuji Star Station. The two-earth celestial stage old men guarding the gate said with a smile. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't expect any good news, but from the words of the two old men, it shouldn't be bad news. What distribution? You'll know when you go in. This time, the two of you will be heavily rewarded. An old man guarding the gate said. Obviously, they were familiar with Senior Immortal Han Mei and Senior Immortal Yun Wei. Moreover, they looked at the two of them with envy. This made the two of them very puzzled. Senior Immortal Qingyang, Senior Immortal Nanchao. When the two of them entered the main hall, their expressions were calm as they bowed respectfully. Venerable Han Mei and Venerable Yun Wei didn't have a good impression of these two heavenly venerables because they more or less knew the situation from Chun Hao's eldest senior brother, Heavenly Venerable Gu Chun. Although they weren't very clear, they knew what they had done to Chun Hao. However, the situation that they originally thought would be very difficult in the future did not happen. They naturally knew that Emperor Gu Chun had something to do with this, but the strange thing was that in these 2 years, not only did he not suppress them, he even took care of Yunmei Hall. This was a very strange thing. After all, although Emperor Gu Chun was powerful, he could only ensure that they did not suffer excessive suppression. Moreover, during these 2 years, Heavenly Venerate Qingyang and Heavenly Venerate Nanchao managed the Wuji Star fairly, and the situation that Heavenly Venerate Gu Chun was worried about didn't happen. Therefore, although Venerable Han Mei and Venerable Yun Wei didn't have a good impression of them. They didn't view them as enemies either. To be exact, they couldn't view them as enemies, nor were they qualified to do so. There's no need for formalities. Han Mei, Yun Wei, this time I called you here urgently because there's an important matter that concerns whether the two of you can break through to the heaven celestial stage. Break through to the heaven celestial stage. Venerable Han Mei and Venerable Yun Wei were shocked. That's right. You also know that our Wuji star is poor in resources. Although this opportunity is very important to the experts at the peak of the Mastery Earth celestial stage, the number of people we can help is very limited. After discussing with Heavenly Venerate Nan Chao, we feel that the two of you are undoubtedly the most suitable candidates. In these years, especially these few years, the two of you have cultivated many genius disciples, and your contributions to our Wuji star can be said to be great. Moreover, the two of you have outstanding combat strength and talent. It can be said that you're only one step away from entering the heaven celestial stage. Heavenly Venerate Qingyang said, before Lu Qingyang took control of the Wuji star, he was arrogant and indifferent. However, in just 2 years, he seemed to have changed into a different person. Whether it was his expression or his words, they were quite similar to Heavenly Venerate Yuanru in the past. If Venerable Han Mei and Venerable Yun Wei didn't know some things, they would have been very grateful to him just based on these few words. After all, this person now represented the highest ruler of the Wuji star. That's right. The two of you have made the highest contributions to the Wuji star in the past 100 years. Old man knows that the two of you are probably still holding a grudge against me, and Heavenly Venerate Qin Yang for expelling Chun, Hao from the Wuji star. Originally, the old man didn't intend to explain, but you'll understand in the future. However, the old man thinks it's better to explain it to the two of you in case you can't bear it. Alas, looking at the two of you now, the old man really can't bear it. After the incident, the reason why the old man and Heavenly Venerate Qin Yang expelled Chen Hao from the Wuji star was for the sake of the Wuji star. It's better to be safe than sorry. The two of you should know that in the cultivation world, strength is everything. The Wuji star is at a disadvantage. What can we do if the other party wants to pin the blame on us? At that time, if Chen Hao is sacrificed and the other party continues to pester us because of Chen Hao and Heavenly Venerate Yuanru, the Wuji star will fall into an irrecoverable situation. However, it's different now. The old man's granddaughter, Bailey Ningbing, has become a disciple of the Sacred Hall after becoming a disciple of the Everlasting Sect. The old man believes that no one will dare to do anything to the Wuji star. At least, no matter what happens in the future, they won't use the matter of Chun Hao and Heavenly Venerate Yuanru to make things difficult for us. Moreover, the old man doesn't mind telling the two of you. Your disciple Chen Hao has disappeared for almost 2 years, but his progress is very shocking. Even the current Lil Bing is no match for him. Originally, Venerable Han Mei and Heavenly Venerate Yun Wei didn't feel much when Guan Nanchao interrupted and spoke on behalf of Heavenly Venerate Qin Yang. This was because they knew that the instigators who targeted Chun Hao were Guan Nanchao and his granddaughter, the current Heavenly Venerate Bailey Ningbing. However, when they heard Guan Nanchao's explanation, although he didn't hide it, they also felt that what he said seemed to be reasonable. If he really had bad intentions, there was no reason for him not to suppress them in these 2 years. Instead, he took care of them. However, the two of them were a little surprised to hear him explain so much. With his status, he didn't explain anything to the two of them. It was only when Guan Nanchao mentioned the news of Chun Hao that the two of them cried out in surprise. Their expressions became excited at the same time. They finally understood why someone of Guan Nanchao's status would deliberately explain to them. Heavenly Venerate Nanchao, how did you know? Is the information accurate? The information is absolutely accurate. Old Man also heard it from Lil Bing. This girl and Chun Hao can be said to be enemies are bound to meet. 2 months ago, when she was training, she happened to see Chun Hao attract heavenly punishment. Then, Lil Bing and Chun Hao had a conflict before. You should also know about it, so the two of them fought. Then, Lil Bing was defeated by Chun Hao. The matters of young people, many times they can't see themselves clearly as bystanders. We can't follow their nonsense. After I received the news, I went with Heavenly Venerate Qin Yang to find Chun Hao, but there was no result. I think he must have already left the place where Lil Bing met him. Yes, Han Mei, Yun Wei, if you can get in touch with Chun Hao, tell him that we, the Wuji Star, are not afraid of any forces on the Yang Star. Although we are still very weak, we have Bailey Ningbing and him, as well as his Chun Shua, Helian Wuzi, Tantai Lien, Xia Yuyu, and other young people. The Wuji Star is destined to be glorious. Heavenly Venerate Nan Chao, and I have officially announced that he will return to the Wuji Star. As long as he needs it, we will fully support his cultivation. We only hope that in 8 years he can overcome the tribulation and soar to the sky. Yes, although the hope is not great, there is still hope. Moreover, by then, Lil Bing should really grow up and understand herself. As long as she grows up fast, with the identity of a disciple of the Divine Temple, she may have a say. There is still a great chance that Chun Hao can overcome the tribulation. Now, we are just in time for a great opportunity in the Earth celestial stage. Therefore, we have agreed that the Wuji Star will fully support the two of you and the other 8 people. Celestial Venerables, what kind of great opportunity is this? Celestial Venerable Han, Mei asked. At this moment, she and Celestial Venerable Yun Wei understood the reason why this opportunity fell on them was absolutely because Guan Nanchao and Lu Qingyang had obtained information about Chun Hao. That was why they were given this opportunity. Otherwise, there were many powerhouses at the peak of the late stage of the Earth celestial stage on the Wuji Star. Not to mention others, there were many direct descendants of Guan Nanchao. There were a total of 10 places. How could the two of them be given a chance? It's because only powerhouses at the Earth celestial stage can enter the primitive mystery land. The estimated time it will open is 1 year later. The Wuji Star has 10 places. However, after entering the primitive mystery land this time, the competition will be very fierce. It will not only be a competition within the human race, but also the powerhouses of the Earth celestial stage from the other 10 galaxies. The primitive mystery land, upon hearing these words, Celestial Venerable Han Mei and Celestial Venerable Yun Wei revealed a trace of surprise and excitement. According to the information they knew, the primitive mystery land was divided into various levels. The lowest level was the human celestial stage. The highest level was the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm. However, no matter what level it was, as long as one entered it, they would obtain great rewards. There were countless real ancient relics, magic treasures, secret books, spiritual items of heaven and earth, great opportunities, and inheritances. It was absolutely the dream of any cultivator. It was just an adjective to say that it was once in 10,000 years. In fact, it was not necessarily seen in 100,000 or even 1 million years, especially when it was suitable for Earth celestials like them to enter. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 645. Of course, because of this huge benefit, there was no doubt about the cruelty of entering. They had also read in the information that not everyone dared to enter. Under normal circumstances, a certain number of places would be allocated according to the strength of each major planet. The stronger the planet, the more places it would get. In addition to these places, there were also some rogue cultivators who were selected through the Alliance's registration. The total number of people would be controlled to be the same as the other 9 galaxies. This was the agreement between the 10 galaxies when they competed for resources. In fact, without the support of a force behind them, cultivators at the early and middle Earth celestial stage wouldn't dare to enter. Even those at the peak of the late Earth celestial stage wouldn't dare to enter if their strength was weak. After all, it wasn't only the human race who entered, but also the cultivators from the other 10 galaxies. This was a resource competition between the Earth celestial stage experts from the 10 galaxies. Needless to say, killing and robbing was inevitable. It would happen even within the human race, let alone among the 10 galaxies. If you entered and didn't compete with others, as long as you were encountered by other races, it would be a fight without any suspense. How could you survive if you weren't strong enough? I believe you should know the risks and benefits of the primitive secret realm. If you enter, even if you just cultivate there, there's a great chance that you'll comprehend the barrier. Both of you have good combat power, and with the full support of the Wuji Star, after entering, as long as you don't compete with others, the danger will be very small. Moreover, if you can contact Qin Hao, I believe he'll take care of you, and you'll be fine. Of course, at that time, you must join the team led by the disciples of the Divine Palace. That's the safest way. We can't contact him. In the past 2 years, he hasn't even logged into the second world. We've sent countless messages, but there's no reply. Venerable Han Mei said directly. By now, she already knew that the 2 of them wanted to contact Chun. How? But what was their purpose? Venerable Han Mei didn't know, although she felt that the 2 of them were very sincere and didn't seem to want to do anything to Chun Hao. It was hard to know what was in a person's heart, especially such a high and mighty existence. She couldn't measure it. Because of this, she said so directly. Firstly, it meant that she and Apotheosis Yun Wei couldn't contact Chun Hao at all. That was the truth, which made the other party give up on this idea. Secondly, if they had any ulterior motives, they could withdraw in advance. After all, Lu Qingyang and Guan Nanchao had said that they would fully support the 2 of them in entering the primitive mystic realm. This was a huge meat pie, so they would not be bribed. That doesn't matter. As long as you decide to go to the Alliance Square immediately. In real time, they would depart tomorrow. When you arrive at the Yang planet, the treasury of the Wuji planet will be open to you. We will lend you a full set of supreme-grade spirit treasures for the time being. You can return them when you come back. In the second world, the training field in our encampment will be open to you and the other 8 for a period of time. There is no time limit. Are you willing? Empyrean Azure's son directly asked. Venerable Han Mei and Venerable Yun Wei looked at each other and replied at the same time, "We are willing. Thank you, Venerables." "All right then. I'm afraid you'll be gone for a long time this time. Make the necessary arrangements in advance. Set off with Celestial Venerable Guchen tomorrow. This time, Celestial Venerable Guchen will lead the team." Yes, hearing Lu Qingyang say that Celestial Venerable Guchen would lead the team, Venerable Han Mei and Venerable Yun Wei felt even more comforted. Obviously, these 2 really meant well. "Brother Nanchao, I really admire you more and more. It's nothing. It may seem unintentional, but it may be our only chance of survival. So far, our contributions have outweighed our mistakes. No matter what happens in the future, we won't be in danger. That's right. However, Brother Nan Chao, I'm still puzzled. At the beginning, our thoughts were completely different. How did you suddenly change your strategy when there were no clues at all? Ha ha. Brother Qing Yang, you really can't guess? Ha ha. It's just a guess. Without hearing it from you personally, I can't be sure. The truth is like this. Lil Bing's hatred is too strong, and it's already an inner demon. Everything I did was for this granddaughter of mine. Back then, I went against her wishes and did all these behind her back because I was afraid that it would be irreversible in the future. Now, it's proven that I did the right thing. Not to mention, with Chun Hao's advancement, there's indeed a great chance that he'll survive the crisis in half a year. Just for Lil Bing, I should do this. Moreover, I found that after doing this, I seem to be happier than before. Ha! I feel the same. When I really reached this position, I also understood how much responsibility this position has to bear. Now, I also understand why the old ancestor was so biased towards celestial venerable Yuanru. He has indeed sacrificed so much more than us. Yes, in these 2 years, I also understood a lot of things that I didn't understand before. Did you notice anything unusual about celestial venerable Guqin? You noticed it too? Ha ha. So this proves that we did the right thing. We should also rejoice that it was Lil Bing's extreme behavior that made me decide to do this. Otherwise, right now, I'm afraid the two of us we still need to work hard. There should still be hope for Daluo Jinxian. Yes, back then, the conversation between Bailey Ningbing and Guan Nanchao was about how she wanted Chun Hao to beg for death. This was the real reason why Guan Nanchao decided to change his strategy. As an experienced bystander, he saw it more clearly and clearly. He knew that Chun Hao was already Bailey Ningbing's greatest inner demon. There was no reason for her to hate him, and it shouldn't be so strong to the point of madness. Otherwise, it would be enough to kill Chun Hao. But what about Bailey Ningbing? The depth of love, the intensity of hatred. Guan Nanchao was sure that although his granddaughter couldn't see through him, it was no longer as simple as pure hatred. It was precisely because of this that Guan Nanchao changed his strategy at some point and no longer followed the original plan. He chose to leave a way out to truly do something for planet Wuji. Reality proved that he was right. First, he learned from Bailey Ningbing that Chun Hao, who disappeared without a trace, was now an Earth Immortal expert, and his combat strength surpassed Bailey Ningbing's. Although Bailey Ningbing hadn't explained it in detail, he understood from her furious words and expression that she'd suffered a great loss at Chun Hao's hands. What did this mean? Bailey Ningbing was now a temple disciple, but she still wasn't Chun Hao's match. How many resources had Bailey Ningbing obtained in the past 2 years because of the everlasting sect and the temple? What did Chun Hao have? This kind of advancement could only be described as terrifying. Second, the Long family's sudden rise. The relationship between Long Ting and Chun Hao was no secret on the Yering planet. And now, Long Ting was a temple disciple. Long Yi was a disciple of the Death Door sect and had a great chance of becoming a temple disciple. More importantly, there was news among the higher-ups of the Ying planet that the rapid decline of the Guo family in the past 2 years had something to do with the Long family. The only heir of the Guo family, Guo Nu, was still alive, and his master, Yen Baitian, an expert from the Grand Mist Supremacy realm, was still missing. Some people even speculated that Guo Nu had died at the hands of Long Ting and Long Yi. How could such a powerful family not care about Chun Hao's life? Others might not know, but at least Guan Nanchao got the news from Bailey Ningbing that Long Ting was still in contact with Chun Hao. Third, And the first person he and Celestial Master Qin Yang thought had made the best decision was Celestial Master Gu Chen, the eldest disciple of the limitless ancestor. This was because half a year ago, the two of them realized that Celestial Master Gu Chen's aura had improved tremendously. That kind of aura had definitely broken through the peak of the advanced Heaven Immortal stage and could step into the ranks of Daluo Jinxian at any time. Fourth, after they did so, they realized and discovered their own things. From deliberately thinking for the limitless star to now, they had begun to enjoy the pleasure brought by this kind of sacrifice for the limitless star. This was a feeling they had never had before, because of the hearts of the people, because of the convergence of luck. Even Gu Chen's attitude toward them had changed a little. Phew, vast universe star, East Stream City. In the most expensive cultivation room in the best restaurant, Chun Hao, who had been meditating for 20 days, had finally completely digested the gains from the 6,000 battles. The state of, I am heaven and earth are me, also allowed him to really consolidate his realm after stepping into the earth celestial stage for nearly 4 months. On the road of cultivation, the higher the stage, the slower the progress. Although Chun Hao's soul realm was comparable to that of a heaven immortal, there were still many constraints. If he wanted to advance to the peak of the advanced heaven immortal stage, it was not something he could do in a few days or dozens of days. This was no longer as simple as tempering his true core strength. Let's go to the mysterious ice realm for this trial. Maybe the harvest will be bigger. Chun Hao slowly stood up and thought to himself. The mysterious ice realm was located at the northernmost part of Vast Universe Star. It was one of the best trial places on Vast Universe Star. Chun Hao, who had experienced the tempering of the ninefold mysterious fire, had long wanted to enter the mysterious ice realm. However, according to the records of the mysterious ice realm, it was a suitable trial place for masters at the peak of the advanced heaven immortal stage. Although Chun Hao was confident it was a bit too rash to go there when he was at the human celestial stage. Moreover, he had reached the peak at that time, so there was no need to take risks. Now, after stepping into the Earth celestial stage, it was suitable to go there. In addition to tempering his body with the extremely cold, mysterious ice energy, he could also reconstruct the divine beast black tortoise's golden body. These were all things that Chun Hao had to do. In addition to his own steady cultivation, Chun Hao could not let go of anything that could quickly enhance his strength, and the divine beasts of 5 directions were one of them. Hello, I'm checking out. After entering the restaurant, Chun Hao, who had never left, finally stepped out of the room for the first time after 3 months and 20 days and went to the front desk of the restaurant. Okay, sir, you have been in seclusion for a few months. Did you enter the second world? I don't think so. Do you know anything about the primitive mystic realm? If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 646. News about the primitive mystic realm. Chun Hao was slightly surprised. In the past 2 years, Chun Hao had gone through many adventures and had a more detailed understanding of the cultivation world. He knew about the various treasured lands, holy lands, perilous lands, and all kinds of secret records. Therefore, when Chun Hao heard the female attendant at the human celestial stage, even a usually calm Chun Hao was a little excited and asked in surprise. Yes, it seems that you really don't know about it. Otherwise, you would have gone to sign up a long time ago. Half a month ago, the headquarters of the Vast Galaxy Alliance announced that they had discovered a primitive mystic realm of the Earth celestial stage that is about to open. Every city in the Vast Galaxy Star has a quota for disbanded cultivators. Tomorrow is the deadline for registration. If you don't come out today, our manager will inform you tomorrow. Do I sign up at the Alliance Center? Yes. Your fees have been processed. Please come again. Okay, thank you. Hiss. Chun Hao turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the front desk of the restaurant. At the same time, Chun Hao took out a spiritual helmet that he had used before and went into the second world. Beep, 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 as expected. He received a message from Long Ting and Long Yi. The message didn't mention anything. It just asked Chen how to contact them as soon as possible. Chen Hao knew that any spiritual helmet that he used to contact Long Ting and Long Yi would receive the same message. According to the records, the primitive mystic realm, no matter what level it was a big event that would shake the entire cultivation world. Moreover, the cultivation world mentioned here was not just the vast galaxy of the human race, but the entire cultivation world, including the 10 galaxies. This time, it was the primitive mystic realm of the Earth celestial stage. For him, it was a great opportunity. Beep, beep, beep. Chun Hao sent a communication request. Brother Hao, you're finally here. There's great news. Have you heard? Yes. I'm here to tell you that I already know. Don't worry about me. Now, I'm going to sign up. That's good. I was worried that you would miss it because you were cultivating in seclusion. Luckily, ha ha ha, big brother, how? You don't plan on coming with me? Long Ting caught the hidden meaning in Chun Hao's words and said with a bit of disappointment, You're a disciple of the Divine Temple and a leader of the team. I'm just an unruly commoner, so I won't follow you. Oh, right, Sister Ting, I've taken the second pill. Looking at your image now, I feel, ha ha ha. I understand your feelings now. Humph. You even said that I was horny. Do you understand now? He he he. Pain and happiness. That's not right. Didn't you say you didn't feel anything last time? Didn't it only act up once? How did he? Who knows? In any case, after stepping into the Earth celestial stage, the eruption was 10 times or even 100 times more intense than the first time. Although I managed to withstand it, the frequency of the eruption was so high that I couldn't even calm down to cultivate. My mind was filled with you. Moreover, after each eruption, the effect seemed to be very small, so small that it could be ignored. So, I could only swallow the second pill. It's much better now. Brother Hao, are you serious? What do you mean by serious? Of course, I'm serious. Would I lie to you about this? I mean, after the eruption, you have no effect. That's right. Hee hee, I accidentally reached my limit. Am I stronger than you? Chun Hao said proudly as he stared at Long Ting's image. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of the illusion where he had ravaged this girl thousands of times when he had an eruption. He couldn't help but feel his heart throbbing and his cock twitching. This kind of teasing often happened between the two of them. Firstly, it was to communicate their feelings. Secondly, it was to promote the absorption of the pill's effect. Therefore, in the past 2 years, Chen Hao and Long Ting had basically reached the point where they could talk about anything and didn't hold back at all. Of course, it was only limited to affecting their communication. Humph, this time, I'll try to hold back and refine to the limit. Ha ha. Okay, I'm going to sign up. Although Long Ting was reluctant, she understood why Chun Hao didn't want to go with her. She was a disciple of the Divine Temple. As one of the top geniuses of the human clan, they all had a mission when they entered. To be precise, they had a mission to compete with the other 9 galaxies. Every disciple of the Divine Temple would lead many experts in the Earth celestial stage to form an army to compete for great opportunities, great inheritances, real ancient spiritual treasures, ancient relics, spiritual items of heaven and earth, and spiritual medicine. Only in this way could they gain the most. However, for some of the top experts with real combat strength, they would never join a team. After all, if a disciple of the divine temple led a team and the benefits were distributed according to contribution, it was far better for them to eat alone. Therefore, there were still many lone wolves. But as a disciple of the divine temple, they had to lead a team and take on the responsibility of protecting the cultivators of the human clan. This was their duty. Otherwise, a state of disunity would be very disadvantageous to the human clan. Of course, as a leader, their gains would definitely be greater than the lone wolves. As for Chun Hao, he could be considered to be a homeless itinerant cultivator. He didn't enjoy the preferential treatment that the human clan gave to the disciples of the divine temple. Naturally, he didn't have the duty and responsibility to protect the cultivators of the human clan. Of course, even if he stood out, others wouldn't recognize him. F***CK. I'm willing to die. Why can't I sign up? Damn it, am I weak? Forget it, brother, just accept your fate. We have no background, and our strength isn't very outstanding. The quota for lone wolves is limited. It's natural that we can't compete for it, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. Look, those who passed, which one of them didn't have a strong aura, and they all have ultimate spiritual treasure sets. Even if we don't go in and compete with others, if we're unlucky and encounter cultivators from other galaxies, we'll definitely die. So what if we die? I'm willing to take the risk. Why can they pass with ultimate spiritual treasure sets? But I can't. My aura is not weaker than theirs. When Chun Hao rushed to the registration point at the center of the Alliance, the huge square was filled with countless cultivators of the Earth celestial realm. Moreover, each of them was overflowing with treasure light, and their auras were fully released, showing that they were in their peak condition. However, there were many cultivators who couldn't pass the registration and were cursing and swearing. Looking at the angry cultivator, Chun Hao, who was dressed in a black robe and had changed his appearance and aura, shook his head slightly. Although Chun Hao didn't know how many cultivators could enter the vast universe galaxy this time, this person's aura was really not very good. In the whole square, at least 90% of the people were stronger than him. Obviously, this was a guy who didn't know his own limits, wasn't afraid of death, and had no background. Otherwise, he wouldn't not have a decent spiritual treasure. Humph, what are you looking at? You're stronger than me? You don't even have a spiritual treasure, and your aura is worse than mine. Why are you still hiding? Don't you know that you have to show up in person? Are you laughing? What are you laughing at? If I can't pass, you, a rookie in the initial stage of the Earth celestial realm, don't even think about it. The cultivator who was cursing and swearing happened to see Chun Hao, who was walking in, and Chun Hao happened to shake his head casually. Great, now he had become the other party's punching bag. Chun Hao smiled and shook his head again. He stood at the end of the registration line. My young friend, please show your original appearance and aura. When Chun Hao stood at the end of the line, an old man who was standing at the end of the line and wearing the Alliance's special uniform reminded him with a smile the number of disbanded cultivators in the primitive mystic land is limited, and there are too many cultivators who have signed up. Therefore, you have to go through a rough selection before you are qualified to sign up. Okay. Swoosh. In the information about the primitive mystic land, there were no details about the registration of disbanded cultivators. Therefore, Chun Hao really didn't know that he had to show his original appearance and aura. However, when he heard the old man's words, he knew it was inevitable. Therefore, he put away his disguise without hesitation. When the mysterious aura dissipated from Chun Hao's body, it had been almost 2 years. Whether it was in the real world or the second world, Chun Hao, who had never revealed his true appearance in front of anyone, finally appeared in front of people with his real aura and appearance for the first time. No way F***CK. The cultivator who had been rejected just now was ready to laugh at Chun Hao. When he saw Chun Hao's real appearance and sensed Chun Hao's aura, he was dumbfounded. This is the initial stage of the Earth celestial realm. He's so powerful, he didn't release his aura deliberately, but he's more powerful than me, who's at the later stage of the Earth celestial realm. Cold-blooded. Brother, you're cold-blooded. Am I right? Suddenly, a nearby cultivator at the initial stage of the Earth celestial realm, who had come to join in the fun, exclaimed as he looked at Chun Hao eagerly. Cold-blooded? Originally, only a few people in the surroundings were surprised by Chun Hao, who was only at the initial stage of the Earth celestial realm, but had an extremely powerful aura. However, with this sudden exclamation, especially the name cold-blooded, that had caused a sensation in the entire East Flow city, countless gazes instantly turned to Chun Hao. Chun Hao's heart thumped. How the F***CK could this person recognize him? However, Chun Hao immediately understood what was going on. This person had only seen his realm and sensed his aura. Coupled with his familiarity with the young cultivators of East Flow City, this person had made this guess. After all, the strength of his aura at this moment could only be compared to the mysterious cold-blooded of the Second World and the #1 genius girl of East Flow City. As for him, he was a man. You've got the wrong person, Chun Hao said with a faint smile. His handsome face and gentle voice made anyone who saw or heard him feel very pleasing to the eye, as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. How is this cold-blooded? Cold-blooded is very old, and his cold aura is completely different from this brother's. Cough, cough. I'm sorry, my guess was wrong. I'm sorry. Third update. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 647. The person who spoke also felt that he was too rash. Although the young man in front of him had a strong aura, neither his voice nor his appearance could be faked by a cold-blooded person who was so cold to the bone. The surrounding people were also discussing. Although they concluded that Chun Hao was not cold-blooded, they were still surprised that Chun Hao, who was so young and at the initial stage of the human celestial stage, had such a strong aura. Chun Hao smiled and looked at the old man, who was also a little shocked. He said, "Senior, can I sign up?" Cough, cough. You have such an aura at the initial stage of the Earth celestial stage, which is really outstanding. When your aura is enough, please use your most powerful magic weapon. As long as your magic weapon is powerful enough, you can sign up. This is also responsible for your life. Okay. Hiss. Chun Hao directly used a set of spiritual treasures that he had refined in the Wuji star. He had basically thrown it in the corner and hadn't used it for a long time. He had no choice but to use this set. He didn't have any bad ones, nor did he have any good ones. The only thing that was much better than this was a miniature flying machine, a divine artifact, the North Sea soft armor, the 5 elements sword that had been refined countless times, and was absolutely second only to a divine artifact among the best spiritual treasures, or the original body of the ancient spiritual treasure. Every single one of those items was enough to scare people to death. After a set of spirit treasure armor appeared on Chun Hao's body, Chun Hao imperceptibly increased his aura by 30% to make up for the flaw of the spirit treasure being of a lower grade. Even though his spiritual treasure wasn't really of a low level, it was just as a certain someone had said, this world wouldn't understand its coquettishness. Similarly, the spiritual treasure armor that he had refined when he was at a very low level, although the runes were not profound enough, the practitioners here would not understand the functions it contained. Well, you barely meet the requirements. You can sign up now. I hope you can pass the test. I also hope you can find some more powerful spiritual treasures after you pass the test. Only by strengthening your own strength when you enter the primitive mystery realm, you will be safer and you may gain more. Okay, thank you, Senior, Chun Hao said politely, clasping his hands. You're welcome, little brother. To be honest, it would be even better for you if it opened a few years later. Unfortunately, your current cultivation is slightly lacking. Time waits for no man. This is something that can't be helped, Chun Hao said with a slight smile. 10 minutes later, Chun Hao followed the long line into the testing hall. Whether or not you can obtain the qualifications to enter the primal mystic realm is not something that our East Flow City Alliance Center can decide. We will only report the results of the test to the Vast Universe Galaxy Alliance headquarters. In the end, according to the test results of all the rogue cultivators that have registered, we will choose from the highest ranking to the number of spots allocated to the rogue cultivators. There was only one test, and that was the combat strength test. This helmet is a special spirit realm helmet for testing purposes. You can enter your own information and test it. Tomorrow night, the Vast Universe Galaxy Alliance headquarters would tabulate the final results. What else was there to be unclear about? If not, you can start the test after the people in front of you have completed the test. Everyone only has 5 minutes in the second world. It won't be long before. In the entire hall, there were 1,000 people sitting cross-legged in a row, wearing special test helmets and testing. As for Chun Hao and the other 999 people, they were waiting at the front of their respective teams. At this time, Chun Hao understood that for someone like him, who obviously didn't originate from East Flow City, to participate in the East Flow City's registration wouldn't cause the East Flow City's cultivators to reveal anything. This was because this was a competition among the Earth immortal realm rogue cultivators of the entire vast universe galaxy. It didn't matter where one registered for the test. Whether one could pass or not would depend on the overall ranking. If this wasn't the case, Chun Hao would have a bit of trouble registering here. Moreover, he would definitely be pushed aside by the rogue cultivators from East Flow City. It might even be a problem if he could register. At that time, Chun Hao would have no choice but to return to the Asianing planet. Even if he didn't have enough time, how could the Asianing Planet Alliance allow him to participate in the test? Of course, this was only a competition among rogue cultivators. As for the large sects, powers, vital planets, and so on, there was no need to take the test. They only needed to wait for their departure. After the cultivator in front of Chun Hao finished his test, Chun Hao walked over and picked up the special helmet. I don't have to perform too well, but I can't perform too badly either. Otherwise, I'll be so low-key that I lose my qualification. Chun Hao thought to himself. The aura around his body suddenly became stronger. He didn't need to sacrifice his blood essence. He only needed to integrate his mind into it. Hiss. Beep, beep, beep. Welcome to the Second World Alliance Combat Strength Testing Space. The time limit is 5 minutes. Your combat strength will be determined according to the number of enemies you kill and their combat strength. Your serial number is Vast Universe Star East Flow City 678-4341. Please enter your real personal information based on your birth token. Disguises are not allowed. If found, you will be disqualified directly. Chun Hao frowned slightly. He originally thought that he wouldn't need to use his real identity, but he didn't expect to be stuck at this level. However, before coming, he had thought of this possibility. Even if his identity was exposed, he still had to participate. At this time, he definitely couldn't withdraw because of this. Name: Chun Hao, born on the Wuji star under the jurisdiction of the Yang star. Contact number: *******. Chun Hao entered his real personal information according to the prompt. Beep, beep, beep. Test complete. Identity confirmed. The test will begin in 5 seconds. Please get ready. Boom. Chun Hao looked at the huge space that was as spacious as a martial arts practice field. Suddenly, he activated the energy around his body. Clang! At the same time, he unsheathed his sword. However, it was not the 5 elements sword, but the separated golden sword. My combat strength is determined by the number of enemies killed and their combat strength in a fixed time. Then I can't fight with the same mentality as when I'm cultivating. Chun Hao, who had been immersed in cultivation for nearly 2 years, was pursuing his own Tao even when he was training. Unless he was in a dangerous situation, he would give the other party a chance to perform to his heart's content. Now, if Chun Hao did this, he would definitely be eliminated. This was the difference between a mechanical test and a manual test. Only the results mattered. No one would care about the process, and no one could care about it, especially with such a large number of testers. If the cultivators of the Alliance were to watch the test one by one, it would take a long time for the test to be completed. Moreover, if human factors were involved, something fishy would happen. Howl. Boom. After 5 seconds of preparation, a giant monster with a height of 1,000 feet suddenly appeared. It roared angrily at Chun Hao and slapped its giant claws down. A demonic beast at the peak of the later stage of the Earth celestial stage. Die. Bang. Chi. Facing the monster with a height of 1,000 feet, Chun Hao didn't panic at all. He stomped his feet and jumped up like a cannonball at an even more terrifying speed. Then he brandished his sword and slashed it down forcefully. The dazzling and fierce sword light was like a silver river that descended from the sky, and it contained boundless profundities and fierce sword insight. Rip! It slashed the enormous body of the demon beast into 2, and then rumble! In the violent explosion, the demonic beast turned into a white light. It was dead. Howl! 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 To Chun Hao's surprise, as soon as he killed the first demonic beast, another 10 demonic beasts with the same aura appeared. How could it increase so quickly? Without much time to think, Chun Hao brandished his sword to meet them. Even if such a giant monster surrounded him and attacked him violently at the same time, in Chun Hao's eyes, except for the fact that their absolute strength was stronger, they were no threat at all. His eyes were full of fatal flaws. Swish! Swish! Chun Hao shook his wrist, and 10 sword lights appeared. These 10 sword lights were not as domineering and violent as when he killed the first monster. In fact, the energy contained in these 10 sword lights was not as great as that of the first one. However, the 10,000-meter long monsters fell to the ground. In front of Chun Hao, they were like paper tigers. Such a demonic beast can be easily killed by a cultivator at the peak of the later stage of the Earth celestial stage. It's just a little more strenuous than me, Chun Hao thought to himself. At this time, what made Chun Hao frown again was that the third wave directly turned into 100 similar demonic beasts. Isn't this increase too fierce? Chun Hao wanted to buy some time, but he felt that it was unnecessary. According to his judgment, the number of demonic beasts killed and their combat power were definitely not enough to pass the test. When it was about time, he would go easy on them. Therefore, in just 5 seconds, the 100-odd monsters, which were full of energy but stupid in his eyes, all turned into white light again. But Wing Tribe, Insect Tribe, Dark Demon Tribe, Ghost Tribe, Elf Tribe, Goblin Tribe, God Tribe, Heavenly Devil Tribe, rumble at the 5th minute, when there were only 10 seconds left to the end. Chun Hao, who was filled with the flames of war and an incomparably strong desire to fight, was currently bathed in blood and filled with a monstrous killing intent. His eyes were like 2 sharp swords as he stared fixedly at the powerful sky demon that had fallen to the ground and turned into a white light. Beep, beep, beep. Congratulations on passing the test. You've been awarded the title of a human tribe first-class master at the Earth Celestial stage. Chun Hao, who thought he was going to face a more powerful opponent, was suddenly awakened by the warning tone in his mind. F***CK. I forgot to keep a low profile. Swish! Chun Hao was directly ejected from the second world. His real body had a conflicted and depressed look on his face. Brother, don't be depressed. You were just born at the wrong time. You're at the initial stage of the human celestial stage, and your aura is already very powerful. It's my turn to test. Cough, cough. I'm sorry. Chun Hao took off the test helmet and handed it to the cultivator, who came over. I'm depressed. I've already decided to keep a low profile and get an average result. But I didn't expect that the next opponent would be more and more powerful. Not only that the opponent was an ace at the Earth celestial stage from the other 9 galaxies. He thought about buying some time during the battle, but the opponent used his most powerful attack. What could Chun Hao do? He couldn't let himself be killed by an alien race, right? 4th update, please vote. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 648. Even though it was only the second world, Chun Hao knew that it was a simulation and not real. But in his heart, he did not want to be killed by a member of the mysterious clan. Another reason was that Chun Hao was very curious about the mysterious clans in the other 9 galaxies and wanted to know more about them. After all, this was the first time he had met a cultivator from the mysterious clan. Doing this could be considered as preparation for entering the primitive mystic realm. As a result, Chun Hao was depressed that he did not succeed in keeping a low profile. He had actually passed and obtained the title of a top expert in the Earth celestial stage of the human clan. Chun Hao did not know how the combat power represented by this title was divided, but he was sure that obtaining the right to enter the primitive mystic realm would not be a problem. Do you want to see the test results here tomorrow night? Chun Hao asked as he walked to the side of the old man, who was in charge of the explanation. No need. The Alliance headquarters will send the results directly to you in the second world tomorrow night. Forgive the old man for being direct, but you don't have to be depressed. Not passing is not necessarily a bad thing. A genius like you is only in the Earth celestial stage of the initial stage. It would be a pity if you died there. For you to have such a cultivation base at such a young age and have such a powerful aura, I believe there will be great opportunities waiting for you. Cough, cough. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. Chun Hao said, awkwardly. Obviously, his depressed expression when he had popped up in the second world was thought by everyone present that he had not killed many opponents, and that his test results were not good. Chun Hao naturally would not explain. Stepping out of the registration square, Chun Hao went directly to the Alliance Teleportation Center and left East Flow City, where he had been for close to 3 months. There was still about a year before the primitive mystic realm opened. He would not waste time, foolishly. Not to mention a year, he would not waste even a month. Of course, the most important thing was that Chun Hao did not need to prepare anything. He would not specially cultivate a secret technique that could increase his combat power in a short period of time just for the primitive mystic realm. He only needed to advance step by step according to his plan. What Chun Hao didn't know was that the moment he stepped out of the registration test hall, the old man who had been enlightening Chun Hao suddenly revealed a look of surprise. His body swayed, and he didn't even bother explaining to the new testers. He rushed out of the hall as fast as lightning and chased after Chun Hao. But unfortunately, even if he was an expert at the heavenly celestial stage, he was unable to sense Chun Hao's aura any longer. In a short period of over 10 minutes, he searched through all the possible places Chunhao could have gone, yet he was unable to find anyone with a similar aura. Clear the stage, a first-rate Earth celestial stage expert. I even tried to persuade him not to be depressed. Old Wang, have you caught up? No. As soon as I received your message, I immediately chased after them. It didn't even take a minute, but I couldn't find them. He changed his aura, and he must be good at hiding it. What a pity. I'm sorry. Forget it. I'm guessing that he's a genius disciple from one of the top sects who came out to take the test in order to empty a spot in their sect. Even if we catch up to him, the chances of us being able to poach him are not high. That's right. I think so too. But are you sure you didn't misread the test number? He's only at the initial stage of the human celestial stage. Although his aura is comparable to an expert at the peak of the late stage of the Earth celestial stage. When he finished the test, he had a depressed look on his face. I couldn't help but comfort him. The old man still didn't dare to believe it. After all, this was a temporary test space. Although the limits of the test weren't very high, the chances of clearing the stage were definitely less than 1 in 10,000. And the chances of obtaining a first-rate Earth celestial stage expert was less than 1 in 10,000. And this was only referring to cultivators at the peak of the late stage of the Earth celestial stage. And Chunhao was only at the initial stage of the Earth celestial stage. In the entire East Flow City, perhaps only the number 1 genius girl and a handful of other geniuses could achieve this. If such a person could be poached and given a certain amount of sponsorship, it would more or less bring about a great harvest. And the cultivator who had asked him to find Chunhao was a member of the upper echelons of the East Flow City Alliance. However, this was a private matter. This was because he wanted to invest in a relatively strong cultivator. For instance, he wanted to provide top-grade spirit treasures, weapons, pills, and other conditions. As long as the other party gave him a certain percentage of the harvests in the primal mystic realm, or he could sell some of the items to them first, and other such mutually beneficial matters. After all, the items in the primal mystic realm were all extremely rare and precious items that were difficult to encounter in the outside world. But the cultivators that entered also needed to be strong. Only then would they be able to obtain more and be safer. It was also because of this reason that once a great lucky chance like the primal mystic realm appeared, the various large influences and cultivators that could enter would cooperate with each other. It can't be wrong. Number ******* cleared the stage and obtained the title of a human first-rate Earth celestial stage expert. This is absolutely the level of a genius from one of the top sects of vast universe star. Forget it. If I chase after him like this, the chances are very small. Help me look around. There's no need to wait for the test results to come out. All right. This was a test organized by the Vast Universe Galaxy Alliance headquarters. Even if the old man was a member of the upper echelons of the East Flow City Alliance, he could only see the test results that corresponded to the number. He wasn't able to obtain any information about Chunhao's true identity. This was also because the Vast Universe Galaxy Alliance headquarters wanted to protect the privacy of the cultivators. An hour later, Chunhao passed through a transmission array and arrived at a city that was over 10 times larger than East Flow City. This city was also relatively close to Vast Universe City. It was one of the central cities of Vast Universe star Skybreak City. Skybreak City was even further from Vast Universe star's North Pole, holy land of cultivation, the Mystic Ice region, than it was from East Flow City. The reason Chunhao came here was because he wanted to wait for a day. After 2 years, Chunhao didn't believe that those fellows from the Asianing planet would continue to monitor his situation, nor did he fear anything. But for the time being, he didn't want to be entangled with anything Thus, he chose to wait for a day at Skybreak City. When the time came, he would use his true identity's soul helmet to land on the planet and check the results sent out by the vast Universe Galaxy Alliance. At the very least, he had to confirm the departure time and location so that he wouldn't be delayed. Hugh, as expected, the larger a city is, and the closer it is to vast Universe City, the thicker the heaven and earth spiritual energy and heavenly Tao laws are. Unfortunately, the daily consumption of outsiders is also terrifyingly high. The average person really can't afford to come, nor is there a need to come. Chun Hao used the anonymous wealth card to register and entered the huge city, feeling the energy of heaven and earth as he thought to himself. In every city of vast universe star, even if an outsider didn't do anything, they would still have to pay a massive amount of immortal essence crystals every day. Only if an outsider joined a large influence in the city would they be able to avoid this expense. This was also something that the vast Universe Galaxy Alliance had no choice but to restrict. Otherwise, all the cultivators would be concentrated in vast Universe City. Of course, this sort of thick heaven and earth spiritual energy and heavenly Tao laws didn't have much significance to cultivators. A cultivation room could solve this problem. Beep, beep, beep. Chun Hao walked aimlessly on the streets, listening to the voices of the cultivators, sensing the auras of others, and understanding the unfamiliar city. At the same time, he entered the second world with a fake identity and contacted Long Ting. What took you so long? If you didn't come, I would have gone into seclusion. Long Ting said directly. During the test, the information that was inputted was real, so I left the original city first. I just came up. You're going into seclusion? What seclusion? Of course, I'm going into seclusion for cultivation. For this trip to the primitive mystic realm, the disciples of the inner celestial stage of the sacred temple will collectively go into seclusion for a year. It's said that it will give us a chance to fight with the Earth celestial stage experts of the various races in the 10 major galaxies. We will also be trained in various skills and experience after entering the primitive mystic realm, including the ability to lead a team, tactics, and so on. It's a complete seclusion, and all contact with the outside world will be cut off. That's right. The sacred temple is indeed the sacred temple. I'm so envious, Chun Hao said with a smile. What's there to be envious of? You can come in whenever you want. Okay, I have something important to tell you. Huh. Your eldest senior brother, Celestial Venerable Gu Chen, contacted me through my uncle. He said that if you can contact him, you must contact him. It's about your masters on the boundless star, Celestial Venerable Han Mei and Celestial Venerable Yun Wei. What's wrong with them? Chun Hao was slightly surprised. Don't worry. They were chosen by the boundless star and were qualified to enter the primitive mystic realm. They were chosen? Are there many places for the boundless star? Chun Hao frowned slightly. The boundless star is just an ordinary planet with life on the Yang star. There should be 10 places. I don't know the details, so you'd better contact your senior brother. Also, don't be careless this time. Our hall leader said that even the disciples of the sacred temple have a high mortality rate in the primitive mystic realm. There's a 10% chance. If the top geniuses of the other 9 galaxies are too strong, the mortality rate may be even higher. After all, the competition will be fierce. So, you have to be careful. Remember to contact me before you set off. I don't have much information now. Okay, that's it. I'll contact senior brother Gu Chen first. Okay. After cutting off contact with Long Ting, Chun Hao searched for eldest senior brother Gu Chen's number and sent a verification request. After a slight hesitation, Chun Hao entered Celestial Venerable Han Mei and Celestial Venerable Yun Wei's numbers and sent a verification request. Since stepping onto Vast Universe Star, Chun Hao's only contact had been Long Ting and Long Yi. he had completely disappeared from the entire Ying planet, including his eldest senior brother, Celestial Venerable Gu Qin, his master, Venerable Immortal Han Mei, and Venerable Immortal Yun Wei. 10 years was just the blink of an eye for a cultivator. Chun Hao did not want them to worry too much about him. Similarly, he did not want to be distracted. He also wanted to prevent the Yang Star Alliance from obtaining information about him through them. But now, because of the primitive mystic realm, Chun Hao had to contact them. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Qijian. Come, your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 649. I guess they're all offline? After a few minutes, there was no response from the three of them. Obviously, they were not in the second world. Otherwise, Celestial Master Gu Qin would have approved the application, let alone Celestial Master Han Mei and Celestial Master Yun Wei. After all, anyone could guess that he was using a fake identity. Celestial Master Gu Qin had sent him a message through the Long family, asking him to contact him. How could he not have thought of that? Since the two masters have obtained the places to enter the primitive mystic land, they should be on their way to the Ying planet now. Maybe they're in a no-signal area. I don't know about eldest senior brother. Forget it for now. Anyway, I'm going to enter the second world tomorrow. I'll see what happens then. Chun Hao exited the second world and walked toward the downtown area of Tianyu City. After seeing a high-end tavern, Chun Hao went in directly. In any city, whether it was the secular world or the cultivation world, the tavern was always the best place to get information. In the past 2 years, whenever Chun Hao went to a city, he would stay in the tavern for a day to learn some information about the cultivation world and see if there was anything useful to him. In fact, not only Chun Hao, but almost all the cultivators who went out to experience the world maintained this habit. However, Chun Hao was different from the others. He was a typical loner. He only looked for information but never contributed. In the tavern, he just listened to the discussions of others and never participated. There's still more than half a day left. It's really hard to wait. I agree. However, we'll definitely be qualified to enter the second world. It depends on whether we can get the title of leader. I'm sure I can become the leader of a 100-person team. Brother Mu, don't hide it. How many people have you killed? Among us, you're the most powerful. Yes, Brother Mu, tell us and we'll admire you. All you need to know is that I'll definitely be the leader of a 1,000-person team. In the tavern, 8 middle-aged men at the peak of the later stage of the Earth, celestial stage, were sitting together. They were drinking and talking loudly, as if they were afraid that others couldn't hear them. When the person called Brother Mu mentioned that he could become the leader of a 1,000-man team, there was a hint of arrogance in his expression. Chun Hao, who had just sat down and casually ordered some drinks, as well as many cultivators around him, were obviously attracted by this table of people. What surprised Chun Hao was that he could actually sense the existence of experts at the peak of the advanced stage of the heaven celestial stage everywhere in the huge tavern. Moreover, the aura of every single one of them was extremely strong, and they didn't deliberately conceal it. Old men like this were scattered throughout the tavern. It was at this moment that Chun Hao sensed that many of their minds were probing him. Chun Hao was already used to such a situation. In fact, even though he'd changed his appearance, aura, and wore a black bamboo hat in such an occasion, he wouldn't intentionally weaken his aura. A kind person would be bullied by others, and if he pretended to be an idiot, not to mention entering a high-class tavern like this, he would suffer unfair treatment anywhere. Chun Hao didn't care, and he continued to listen to the cultivators' discussion. At the same time, he caught the conversations of other tables. The leader of a 1,000-man team. Awesome, Brother Mu. It seems that you must have passed the test and obtained the title of a first-class expert at the Earth celestial stage, right? Impossible. Brother Mu, you have no problem passing the test, but it's difficult for you to be a first-class expert. I think Brother Mu should have obtained the title of a second-class expert, and is very close to a first-class expert. So, you can definitely become the leader of a 1,000-man team. The old man can provide you with a spiritual treasure set of high grade, and you only need to pay 50% of the profits you get from it. Moreover, those that are suitable for you are yours, and those that are not suitable for you can be sold to me first. Think about it carefully. If you have an upper-grade spiritual treasure set that suits you, it will definitely double your battle strength. This means that you will be able to fight for more things, and it will definitely be twice as much as what you can get on your own. More importantly, you should be aware of the dangers involved. With an upper-grade spiritual treasure set, your chances of survival will be much higher. Senior, you probably don't know the conditions of the senior just now, right? Provide me with a spiritual treasure set of high grade and a spiritual treasure, sort of the best quality, for only 45% of the profits. I'm sorry, I can't agree. How about this? When the results are out, if you can become the leader of a 1,000-man team, I will provide you with a full set of best quality spiritual treasures. The conditions are still the same as before. How about that? I'm not sure if I can become the leader of a 1,000-man team, but you should know my achievements and strength in the arena. Even if I don't become the leader of a 1,000-man team, I'm not much worse than them. So, my conditions are very simple. The best quality spiritual treasure, set of high grade, will be split in half, and I will sell it to you first. But you have to sign a contract now. Whether I can become the leader of a 1,000-man team or not, you have to follow these conditions. If it's okay, then it's okay. If it's not okay, then forget it. There are still people waiting to talk to me. Let's be straightforward. After a while, Chun Hao was multitasking and got all kinds of information. What made Chun Hao sigh was that the appearance of the primitive mystery land, although only experts at the Earth celestial stage, had really caused a sensation in the entire cultivation world. 99% of the topics discussed in the pub were related to the primitive mystery land. At the same time, Chun Hao also understood the purpose of those experts at the heaven celestial stage here. The reason why the experts at the Earth celestial stage talked so loudly was very pretentious. They were promoting themselves. Those experts at the heaven celestial stage were choosing who to invest in. At the same time, through the words of those people, Chun Hao also figured out that it seemed that passing the test and obtaining the title of a first-rate expert at the Earth celestial stage of the human clan were quite awesome. Passing the test and obtaining the title of a second-rate expert at the Earth celestial stage of the human clan. If one was close to the level of a first-rate expert, he would definitely become the leader of a 1,000-man team. The title of a first-rate expert would definitely allow one to become the leader of a 1,000-man team. The top existence among them might even become the leader of a 10,000-man team. Little brother, how are you? Just when Chun Hao had just figured out what was going on, an old man at the peak of the late stage of the heaven celestial stage came to Chun Hao's table with a smile on his face. You don't mind old man sitting here, do you? Senior, please make yourself at home. Chun Hao said, Old man, the elder of the Flying Shadow sect in Tianyu City, Sima Qingyun. How should I address you, little brother? Chen Feiyang. Senior, are you looking for someone to cooperate with? It's a pity that I'm not qualified to enter. I'm sorry. Chun Hao went straight to the point. Not qualified. Little brother, are you kidding me? Although you are at the initial stage of the Earth celestial stage, your aura is not inferior to that of an ordinary expert at the peak of the late stage of the Earth celestial stage. How could you not be qualified? I was eliminated when I registered for the screening. Chun Hao didn't expect that the old man didn't give up when he was so frank. Instead, he questioned him. Oh, that's because you don't have any good spiritual treasures? Little brother, old man thinks highly of you. Why don't I provide you now, give you a set of supreme grade spiritual treasures, and you can take the test again. There's still time. Senior Seema, are you sure you're not mistaken? I'm not worth your investment, right? That's right. That's right. I've always been good at judging people. Don't worry, if you can pass the test and enter the primitive mystic realm, I'll only take 40% of your gains. Before you enter, I'll provide you with some healing elixirs. I was worried that you were a disciple of a large sect. Ha ha, looks like I don't have to worry now. I'm not strong enough. Sometimes strength isn't the most important thing. Little brother, you've reached the Earth celestial stage at such a young age, and you're only in the early stage, but you're comparable to someone at the peak of the late stage. To have such achievements without joining a large sect, you're definitely someone with great luck and opportunity. How can it be measured by strength alone? Look at those fellows over there. They boast so much, and their strength is indeed not bad, but not many people go to talk to them. Hearing the old man's words, Chun Hao was slightly stunned and immediately understood the crux of the matter. Those fellows' strength was indeed not bad. But the middle-aged man's appearance aside, his life aura was estimated to be at least a few thousand years old. Such a person's luck and opportunity would definitely not be good, however. Chun Hao did not expect the old man's enthusiasm. After hesitating slightly, Chun Hao said, "Thank you, Senior, for your appreciation, but I don't want to take the test again. I believe in my luck. Since I was rejected the first time, I can't go again." Then now that old man is looking for you. Isn't that your luck? It's not the same. The first time is the most important. If I insist, maybe the primitive mystic realm will be where I die. I'm sorry. Chun Hao's eyes were clear and firm, and his tone was firm. Sigh, what a pity. All right, then the old man won't force you. The old man did not insist. He was very clear that such a young genius was extremely determined, and once he made a decision, it would be difficult to change it. However, when he stood up, the old man suddenly said, "Little brother, if you're willing to join a sect, the Flying Shadow Sect welcomes you at any time." "Thank you, Senior. I have no plans to join any sect at the moment." While the old man was looking for others, Chun Hao was afraid of meeting another enthusiastic expert, so he directly left the tavern. At the same time, he retracted his aura and aimlessly strolled around Tianyu City. After waiting for another hour, Chun Hao finally took out the soul helmet that he had not used for 2 years. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. After stepping into the second world and appearing in Yang City, continuous beeping sounds appeared in Chun Hao's mind. However, most of them were sent when he was in the chaotic space, and Long Ting did not contact him. More than 10 were sent by Immortal Venerable Han Mei and Immortal Venerable Yun Wei, and more than 10 were sent by Senior Brother Gu Chun. There was also one that did not have a contact number, and only showed a message from the headquarters of the Vast Universe Star Alliance. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 650. Congratulations on obtaining the qualification to enter the primitive mystic realm. The number of rogue cultivators tested this time, 108-569-4523. The number of people who passed the test, 23854-2316. Your ranking in the rogue cultivator test, 11563. Departure time. Asterisk, 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 asterisk year. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk month. Asterisk, asterisk day. Departure location. Alliance Center, East Flow City, Vast Universe Star. You have obtained the position of the leader of a 10,000-man team in East Flow City, Vast Universe Star. Do you accept? No way. Chun Hao took the lead to open the information of the Vast Universe Star Alliance. After seeing the specific data, his eyes widened. More than 1 billion cultivators participated in the test. More than 200 million passed the test. I actually ranked 11,563? Chun Hao was surprised. Although he knew his results were definitely good, he didn't expect it to be so good. After all, he was only at the initial stage of the human celestial stage. What kind of people participated in the test? At least 99% of them were at the peak of the advanced stage of the Earth celestial stage, and many of them were very old. Although such people didn't have much talent, they were imprisoned at the peak of the advanced stage of the Earth celestial stage for a very long time. Their combat power and combat skills were definitely refined to the perfection stage, but he was ranked 11,563 at the initial stage of the Earth celestial stage. It was somewhat beyond Chun Hao's expectations. Phew. This at least proves that my Tao is not only the most compatible with my Tao, but it is also a very powerful Tao. I'm not interested in being the leader of a 10,000-man team. Chun Hao directly rejected the position conferred by the headquarters of the Vast Universe Star Alliance. He was used to being a Lone Ranger. He had no interest in such a small position and didn't covet the benefits that it could bring. In terms of strength, he couldn't compare with some real geniuses at the peak of the advanced stage of the Earth celestial stage. But in terms of possible gains, Chun Hao believed that few could compare with him. How could he be such a small position and tie him down? Immediately, according to the chronological order, he clicked on the messages one by one. Seeing the boring messages that Long Ting sent when she couldn't contact him, Chun Hao's face showed a smile. He could imagine how tormented this girl was at that time. After reading a few more messages from senior brother Gu Chen, Chun Hao was slightly surprised. They were all about the situation on the Wuji planet. Although he hadn't used the Spirit Realm helmet in the past 2 years, he still understood the situation on the Wuji star. What he was worried about did not happen. Guan Nanchao and Lu Qingyang managed the Wuji star decently. However, at that time, Chun Hao thought that it was because of eldest senior brother and second senior brother. But now, after reading the message left by Gu Chen, it turned out that it was not because of them, but because of Guan Nanchao and Lu Qingyang's initiative to change. Chun Hao was puzzled. Gu Chen's words also confused him. He had thought that the other party was up to something, but 2 years had passed, and nothing had happened. Gu Chen's last message surprised Chun Hao even more. It turned out that Guan Nanchao and Lu Qingyang had let Chun Hao return to the Wuji planet. They also apologized and explained why they had expelled him and Heavenly Master Yuanru from the Wuji planet. At the same time, they also said that 2 of the 10 places in the primitive secret realm were given to Senior Immortal Han Mei and Senior Immortal Yun Wei. Finally, they asked Chun Hao to contact him. There was not much news about Senior Immortal Han Mei and Senior Immortal Yun Wei. The reason was that they could not enter the second world at any time. The content was also worried about Chun Hao's inquiry. They also told Chun Hao about the situation of his sister, brother, and the members of the Proud Heavens, telling him not to worry about them. It was like a letter written by parents to their children who were wandering outside. It made Chun Hao feel warm in his heart. The last message was sent before Gu Chen led the team into the chaotic space. It also told Chun how not to worry about them. They entered the primitive secret realm just to break through their realms, and there would be no danger. So it's senior brother leading the team. No wonder they didn't enter the second world, since the change in Guan Nanchao and Lu Qingyang was not because of senior brother and second senior brother. Then why? It's a little strange. Chun Hao pondered over the information he had received, but he still did not understand. After all, when Guan Nanchao and Lu Qingyang took the position, there was something fishy, and they must have betrayed the interests of the Wuji planet. But now, the other party's explanations seemed to be completely for the sake of the Wuji planet. If he analyzed it carefully, it seemed to make sense. Was this possible? As long as he had a brain, he would definitely not believe it. Gu Chun did not believe it, and neither did Chun Hao. But the fact was, they did not reveal anything. Chun Hao could not figure it out and could only give up for the time being. After leaving the second world, Chun Hao went directly to the transmission center of the Alliance. However, he still did not go to the mysterious ice domain. Instead, he changed to another city. He wanted to wait for senior brother Gu Chun to contact before leaving. 5 days later, Chun Hao's fake identity was verified by senior brother Gu Chun, senior immortal Han Mei, and senior immortal Yun Wei. Finally, the contact was completed. After not seeing each other for 2 years, the appearance of senior immortal Han Mei and senior immortal Yuanru, especially the signs of aging on their temples, made Chun Hao feel very uncomfortable. He knew very well that at their age, this should not happen. The reason for this must be that the situation with him and the girls had greatly affected their mood, and the reason why senior brother Gu Chun wanted to contact him was nothing important. As a senior brother, he wanted to warn his junior brother about what to be careful of and what to pay attention to after entering the primitive secret realm. He must not take risks because of the pressure of the 10-year battle. Chun Hao knew what to do without senior brother Gu Chen's reminder. Phew! Chun Hao let out a long sigh of relief. Before leaving the second world, he transferred the balance of the 2 anonymous wealth cards to senior immortal Han Mei and senior immortal Yun Wei's wealth cards. This was the only thing he could do now. Although the equipment provided by the Wuji Star would not be inferior to those refined by Chun Hao, the consumables, precious elixirs, runes, and other things that could enhance one's strength were definitely not enough. Chun Hao told his eldest senior brother Gu Chen that he believed that the number of immortal core crystals he transferred would allow his 2 masters to receive treatment that was not inferior to that of the disciples of the top sex on the Yang planet. It would more or less improve their strength. Half a year is enough for me to return from my training in the mysterious ice domain. Let's go. Chi. Chun Hao directly turned into a stream of light and sped toward the transmission center of the Alliance. The opening time of the primitive secret realm was about a year later, but the departure time was half a year later. In other words, Chun Hao still had half a year to improve his strength. Half a year was basically negligible for an ordinary Earth celestial stage expert, but it was precious for Chun Hao. At the very least, Chun Hao had to improve to the peak of the initial stage of the Earth celestial stage. 5 days ago, 2 days after Long Ting and Chun Hao had last contacted each other. Vast universe star, vast universe city, sacred palace. Towering into the clouds, a huge palace exuded a colorful glow. It covered an area of tens of thousands of miles. This was just a palace. Every inch of the surface of the palace was covered with mysterious and complicated golden runes. Any cultivator who stepped into vast universe city would be able to see the towering palace that seemed to be connected to the 9th heaven. They would not be able to see the whole picture at a glance. They would also be able to sense the ancient and magnificent aura that it exuded and the pressure that made people prostrate themselves in worship. This was vast universe sacred palace. The sacred palace that symbolized the highest authority and the strongest force of the human race. The majestic sacred palace had a total of 9,999 floors. Each floor was comparable to a small planet, but the world's spirit energy and heavenly Tao laws contained within was not something that any small planet could compare with. Moreover, the cultivators who had the qualifications to step into it were absolutely the peak existences of the vast universe star system, or the future disciples of the sacred palace that symbolized the vast universe star system. But besides the master of the vast universe star system, the supreme leader of the human race, and the strongest powerhouses, no one could casually enter. If one wanted to enter, they would need to take out enough human contribution points in exchange for a certain amount of time. But now, in front of the sacred palace's gates, there were tens of thousands of extremely young but extremely powerful Earth celestial stage experts. From the initial stage to the peak of the late stage, there were countless handsome men and beautiful women. They were tall, short, fat, thin, and even grotesquely shaped. But if any of them went outside, they would definitely be a conspicuous existence. Every single one of them was enveloped by an extremely dense karmic luck that couldn't be seen or touched, and the aura they emitted far exceeded their cultivation realms. In particular, the young experts at the peak of the late stage of the Earth celestial stage would be overshadowed by an ordinary celestial stage expert. These were the Earth celestial stage disciples of the vast universe sacred palace, the disciples who symbolized the most talented of the human race. Tens of thousands of young Earth celestial stage geniuses stood neatly in 8 square formations. Each formation had thousands of people. Those standing at the front were at the peak of the late stage of the Earth celestial stage, and those at the back were at the initial stage of the Earth celestial stage. In the last few rows of one of the formations, 2 figures stood there. Although their auras did not have any advantage over the surrounding disciples, when they stood next to each other, they attracted a lot of attention. Humph! Humph! Their gazes were full of enmity, as though they were incompatible as fire and water. One snorted coldly, while the other snorted coldly twice. Neither of them took the other seriously. Although their talents were only in the middle range among the new disciples of the temple, they were both rare beauties, each with their own unique characteristics. This caused the surrounding young disciples to more or less focus their attention on the 2 of them. These 2 were the genius girls from the Ying planet, Long Ting and Bailey Ningbing. Is East Flow City fun? This time, Long Ting took the initiative to stand beside Bailey Ningbing. Since she had been followed last time, she had not had the chance to see Bailey Ningbing. Now that they met, she naturally had to taunt her. She spoke indifferently. Humph! Ha ha ha! It doesn't seem that fun, right? I heard that a certain girl was... Shut up! You dare to do it, so why are you afraid of others talking about it? You deserve to be trampled on. Humph! Next time you dare to follow me, I'll teach you a lesson. I'll trample on you in the same way he did. Long Ting had a devilish smile on her face. She looked directly at Bailey Ningbing, her eyes full of mockery, as if she knew the situation of the battle between Chun Hao and Bailey Ningbing. 3rd update. Please recommend it. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 651. You dare. Shameless. I won't let you go, and I definitely won't let him go. Just you wait. How could Bailey Ningbing, who was already feeling extremely humiliated, withstand Long Ting's provocation, especially when she heard Long Ting say, the same way as him? She was even more embarrassed and furious, and wished she could immediately fight it out with Long Ting. That was being stripped naked, What could be more ruthless than that kind of humiliation? Ha ha ha. Your face is red. Actually, I only heard a little about it. I don't know exactly how he ravaged you and then let you go. Can you tell me about it? Long Ting was still laughing like a demon as she sent a voice transmission. Long Ting was very curious about this question. Chun Hao letting Bailey Ning Bing go was reasonable, not to mention Bailey Ning Bing's identity as a temple disciple. Chun Hao couldn't kill her. Even if she wasn't a temple disciple, Long Ting was sure Chun Hao couldn't do it, because she was clear about the grudge between Bailey Ning Bing and Chun Hao, and with Chun Hao's character, he definitely didn't have a reason to kill her. But Long Ting was also clear that Chun Hao definitely wouldn't let Bailey Ning Bing off so easily. He would at least teach her a lesson or even humiliate her. And this was what Long Ting was curious about. How would he teach her a lesson? How would he humiliate her? A woman's intuition was very frightening. Chun Hao's avoidance of the topic made Long Ting feel that something was fishy. And now, Bailey Ning Bing's incomparably red face and anger made her faintly guess that it definitely had something to do with it. This wasn't because Long Ting was evil, but because Long Ting was clear that the grudge between the two of them was originally the feelings between a man and a woman, and Bailey Ning Bing was the kind of woman who was extreme to the point of madness. Long Ting believed that if just relying on violence, it would be impossible to make this woman soften up, let alone submit. Then, to Chun Hao, it seemed that the only way to vent his anger was to slap the other party's face in the aspect of unable to get what he wanted. Boom. Bailey Ning Bing's aura suddenly became sharp like a sword, and she glared at Long Ting as she transmitted her voice. Don't force me! Everyone! At this moment, the old man who had been seated in the air at the entrance of the sacred hall, surrounded by multicolored light and radiating with endless might and pressure, finally spoke. This was one of the supreme elders of the divine temple, the supreme king, Yi Kwangdao. The supreme king, as the name suggested, was the king of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm, a true master. Ordinary Hongmeng Supremes would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. In fact, after reaching the Daluo Golden Wonderland, the difference in combat power between people in the same realm was like heaven and earth. This was related to one's Dao, as well as one's battle skills, unique skills, and experience that had been condensed over countless years. And Yi Kwangdao was undoubtedly one of the top powerhouses of the human race. His strength was no weaker than the masters of the top sects of the vast universe galaxy. His reputation and status would be even higher. Of course, this was because he was a great elder of the temple. The faint voice was gentle and kind, but with just 2 words, it caused the tens of thousands of people to become silent. They all gathered their thoughts and put on a respectful and attentive look. Even Long Ting and Bailey Ning Bing, who were secretly fighting, hurriedly turned around and stood at attention, looking forward and holding their breaths. I believe everyone knows about the primal mystic realm, and you should also be aware of its importance. The last time an Earth celestial level primal mystic realm appeared was 4,340,000 years ago. At that time, our human race had 430 million Earth celestial level cultivators who entered, and less than 300 million came out. The death rate was quite terrifying. Even our divine temple had more than 1,000 disciples fall inside. The cruelty is undeniable. This is not only a competition for inheritance opportunities, ancient treasures, unique skills, and ancient spiritual herbs, but also a competition between the Earth celestial level powerhouses of the 10 major galaxies. I hope that after entering, all of you will put the human race's interests as your core. Only when everyone was able to do this would they be able to unite and reduce the number of deaths, and they would also be able to obtain more. Our human race is one of the 10 major galaxies, and we are not inferior to any of them. Even if it is the powerful insect clan, we are not afraid. However, this refers to the peak power of the human race, not you. The peak powerhouses of the human race can be said to be the strongest in the 10 major galaxies. However, in the Daluo Golden Wonderland, including Daluo Jinxian's level, we are indeed weaker. This is because of our natural bloodline restrictions, and there is no way to change this. Only when we surpass the Daluo Golden Wonderland and truly break free from the natural bloodline restrictions can the human race's advantage be highlighted. The reason why the old man said all this is to tell you not to be careless just because you are a disciple of the divine temple and a peak genius of the human race. The other 9 major galaxies have more Earth celestial level geniuses than we do, and their overall strength is also stronger than ours. Even if you are the strongest powerhouse here, it is not impossible for you to fall. Therefore, in the next 6 months, we will provide you with the greatest support. The Divine Temple will allow you to obtain contribution points in advance and open it to you. Do your best to increase your combat power. At the same time, all the teachers of the 8 great halls of the Divine Temple will be on standby at all times. We will try our best to satisfy any cultivation questions or needs you have. At the same time, each of you can borrow a divine artifact. Whoosh, as the Grand Supreme Elder of the Divine Temple spoke, the geniuses who were originally solemn finally became excited and burst into an uproar. Tens of thousands of people, and each of them could borrow a divine artifact. What kind of concept was that? Although everyone present knew that the Divine Temple was powerful, they did not expect the Divine Temple to be so powerful. What kind of divine artifact you can get depends on your luck. In addition, every 10 days, you will enter the second world for 1 day of training. The training will be about treasure hunting, treasure snatching, cultivation, combat, and other aspects of the primitive mystic realm. Each of you will be the leader of a group of cultivators. I will inform you of the specific arrangements when the time comes. Now, all of you will enter the 10th square in the second world's divine temple and begin the treasure hunt. The auras of 100,000 divine artifacts will appear at the same time. The one you capture will be distributed to you according to its number. Those you capture will immediately come out of the second world and collect them from the old man. Then choose the level of the divine temple that you want to enter and begin your cultivation. Begin. Yes. Hiss, 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 hiss. Boom, 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 boom. Tens of thousands of geniuses in the Earth celestial stage gathered their auras and entered the second world. After becoming a disciple of the divine temple, everyone present would be bound to the divine temple when they entered the second world. Long Ting and Bailey Ning Bing were no exception. After everyone appeared in the second world, they immediately rushed to the 10th square. In just a few minutes, everyone present appeared in the 10th square in the second world's divine temple. It was also at this moment that the endless space suddenly darkened. Afterwards, streaks of resplendent meteors appeared above everyone. Every single meteor possessed a profound and strange aura. There were a total of 100,000 of them. There was no obvious difference in strength between these 100,000 auras. Only different mysteries were contained within them. Obviously, based on the aura alone, no one could determine what the divine artifact was and how it was compared to the others. Therefore, no one made a move at the beginning. Instead, they focused all of their attention and carefully sensed the auras in the sky. That's what I want. Mine. That's what I want. Chi, chi, chi. After a full 2 minutes, someone finally made the first move. Then one figure after another soared into the sky and chased after the aura that made them excited, eager, and needed. There was a phenomenon of people fighting over the same thing, but it was rare. This was because everyone needed different things. In a situation where one couldn't determine the strength of the aura, the choice depended on fate. However, it was unknown whether it was because Long Ting and Bailey Ningbing were sworn enemies, or because they both wanted the same thing. The moment they soared into the sky, they closed in on each other and chased after the same light. Humph, you want to snatch it from me? He, you can't snatch it from me. Chi. Rumble. In the second world, the two people who had no scruples made a move. They were clearly fighting over the ownership of a divine artifact, but their words sounded completely different to the other party's ears. Bailey Ningbing directly activated her immortal sword intent to the limit, determined to kill Long Ting. On the other hand, Long Ting, who was barehanded, had an extremely powerful physical strength surging around her. She wasn't afraid at all. For a moment, it was difficult for anyone to obtain that light. However, Long Ting's absolute strength gave her a certain advantage. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Long Ting would be the one to obtain it in the end. However, just as Long Ting was about to succeed, a large hand that covered the sky abruptly appeared. The surging and unfathomable power made Long Ting feel like a lone boat that had sunk into the surging waves of the ocean. Although it did not have any destructive power, it made Long Ting unable to control herself, and she was directly sent flying. At this moment, Bailey Ningbing reached out and grabbed the light in her hand. Humph! Bailey Ningbing snorted coldly and complacently at the furious and displeased Long Ting, and then a wisp of a smile actually appeared on her face. She looked at the young man that slowly descended by her side and said, "Thank you, Senior Brother Suifeng. You're welcome." The youth smiled lightly, and then he looked at the furious Long Ting and said, "Junior sister, Senior Brother has no intention to offend you. The profundity contained within this aura is obviously suitable for the immortal sword Dao. Junior sister Ningbing is more suitable. You should choose something else. If someone tries to snatch it, Senior Brother can help you obtain it as compensation." The youth was still smiling gently, and his gaze towards Long Ting didn't contain any hostility. Conversely, it concealed a trace of burning passion. Of course, he wouldn't let Bailey Ningbing see this trace of burning passion. Unfortunately, Long Ting only glared fiercely at him before looking towards Bailey Ningbing. That was undisguised contempt and disdain. It was a gaze and expression that had never appeared on Long Ting's face since she and Bailey Ningbing went head-to-head. With just a glance, Long Ting caught another stream of light without saying a word and chased after it. Fourth update, looking for recommendation votes. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 652. Bailey Ningbing's expression froze for a moment, but then a ferocious and crazy look flashed across her face. She threw the last trace of shame to the back of her mind, and it was replaced by boundless jealousy and monstrous hatred. So what if she didn't rely on her own strength? As long as she could take revenge on him, everything was worth it. Before she comprehended the immortal law, she firmly believed that one day she would be able to trample Chun Hao under her feet. At that time, she thought of using her capital to borrow the strength of someone more powerful than Chun Hao. After she comprehended the immortal law, she had abandoned the idea of borrowing the strength of others. Especially after she became a disciple of the Sage Hall, she wanted to use her own strength to completely trample Chun Hao under her feet. That was the only way to be satisfied. But the last time they met, she was humiliated by Chun Hao, but it made her realize that with her own strength, the possibility of taking revenge on Chun Hao was too small Close to none. Not to mention Chen. How? Even Long Ting was stronger than her for the time being. How could she take revenge on him? Because of this, after she returned last time, she used her beauty and talent to date this young man. This young man was the most dazzling genius of the everlasting sect, Moling Takshu. He entered the Sage Hall 10 years ago, and now he was at the peak of the later stage of the Earth celestial stage. He was ranked in the top 10 of the Earth celestial stage in the Sage Hall. He had unlimited potential and a future. Moreover, she could make use of him in this trip to the primitive mystic area. With such a top master of the Earth celestial stage by her side, she would gain a lot. Of course, she also knew that it was not easy to conquer such a genius. Based on what Moling Takshu had said to Long Ting, she could tell that although this young man was biased towards her, the extent of his bias was very limited. It was far from the point where he would pursue her wholeheartedly. They had known each other for a while, and they were both disciples of the everlasting sect. That was why Moling Takshu helped her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sky was filled with snowflakes dancing in the bone-chilling wind, and the world was white, cold. It was extremely cold. Even if a cultivator of the human celestial stage came here, he would be frozen into an ice sculpture. Even his primordial spirit and true core strength would be frozen. Rumble within the raging violent winds, intense sounds of explosions occasionally sounded out, and it caused the heavens and the earth to tremble violently. Snow mountains collapsed, and numerous icy blue pieces of solid ice were lifted up and covered the heavens and the earth. Even if it was a cultivator at the earthly immortal realm, they could only dodge when they encountered this sort of trembling of the heavens and the earth that could be seen at any time. This was one of the treasured training grounds of vast universe stars, earth, immortal realm cultivators, the profound ice domain. Chi, a crack, suddenly appeared in space, and a figure stepped out. He was dressed in a black robe and wore a black bamboo hat. Even the black, translucent veil could not hide his sharp eyes. Phew, this is only the edge of the profound ice domain, and it's already so cold. At least 3 layers of profound ice, right? Indeed, it's not a place that ordinary cultivators of the human celestial stage can come to. Putting away his bamboo hat, Chunhao stared at the boundless sea of snow, feeling the bone-chilling cold. His powerful soul perception also spread out, merging into the world. When all the earthly immortals were in an uproar because of the primitive mystic realm, they were either in seclusion or looking for cooperation to make their final efforts for the departure in half a year. Chunhao's heart was as calm as still water. The drifting snowflakes and the bone-chilling cold did not cause any discomfort. Instead, it made Chunhao feel that his soul was refreshed. He opened his hand and gently brushed it, catching the white crystal snowflakes in his hand. Stepping on the thick snow and facing the raging wind, Chunhao walked slowly toward the depths of the profound ice domain. He did not activate any energy. He was like the most ordinary person who was sightseeing the snowy scenery. He was relaxed and enjoyed the scenery that belonged purely to nature. This was his Tao. Tao followed nature. Ever since he was able to enter the state of I am the world, and the world is me at any time, Chunhao's state of mind had undergone a subtle change. Time and time again, to him, the most important thing was no longer fighting, nor killing, nor was it the bloody tempering that lingered between life and death. Instead, it was immersing himself in all things in the world and touching the most fundamental throbbing of the world, a world in a grain of sand, a bodhi in a leaf. Only by truly merging with nature could one comprehend the mysteries of nature. This was his experience. As cold as the moon, Hellion Wuzi's little face unconsciously appeared in Chunhao's mind. The corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. This feeling was very good. if at this moment little Wu was still by my side, it would naturally be better. Unfortunately, Chun Hao shook his head. Along the way, the things that should be forgotten were no longer remembered. The things that should be left behind were engraved in his heart. Every time he merged with heaven and earth, it would always be accompanied by his past experiences, emotions, people, or things. The more it was like this, the more clearly Chen Hao felt that whether it was due to pressure or in order to pursue the peak of martial arts, in his hurried steps, the things that he left behind that could touch his heart were all the more precious, because they were pitifully few. Chun Hao did not know whether this was because he only knew how to cherish it after comprehending the Tao, or it was originally not the life he wanted, but no matter what, now he clearly understood that only by truly merging life and cultivation as one would it be in line with his Tao. The Tao of nature. The Tao was neither too fast nor too slow. In the sky full of snow and ice, Chun Hao, who was dressed in black, was gradually dyed white by the fluttering snowflakes. Just like his heart, he merged with heaven and earth on one of the 9,999 floors of the Divine Temple. 6 figures were in 5 separate spaces. 2 of them were in the same space. These 6 figures were here before the disciples of the Divine Temple entered. To be exact, nearly 2 years ago, except for when they had to use their real bodies to experience the Tao and trigger the divine punishment, they were basically here. Even the staff at the entrance of the Divine Temple did not know of their existence. This was the Divine Temple of the human clan. Even the disciples of the Divine Temple who wanted to enter and cultivate usually had to use human clan contribution points to exchange for it, who could enter and exit the Divine Temple that symbolized the highest level of the human clan without anyone knowing. These 6 figures, who had just stepped into the earth celestial stage, naturally could not do it. Obviously, it was someone else. Moreover, even these 6 figures did not know where they were. They only knew that this was the compensation for losing 10 years of freedom, the compensation for enjoying the treatment of the disciples of the Divine Temple. They were not disciples of the Divine Temple, so they did not know what kind of treatment the disciples of the Divine Temple had. But they knew that their cultivation was advancing rapidly at every moment. They did not even dare to think about it before. Even now, they found it hard to believe, but it was a fact. They were advancing at a speed that was unimaginable. Half a year passed in a hurry. Vast universe star, East Stream City. On this day, a young man at the peak of the initial stage of the Earth, celestial stage, walked out of the teleportation center slowly and blended into the endless stream of people. Wherever he passed, the cultivators who saw this young man, except for being surprised that he could reach the peak of the initial stage of the Earth celestial stage at such a young age and his extraordinarily handsome appearance, did not feel anything special. At least the cultivators at the Earth celestial stage did not feel threatened at all. This young man was Chun Hao, who had just returned from the mysterious ice realm. At this moment, he did not change his aura, appearance, or figure. He was the real him. He did not deliberately hide or deliberately show off. He was the most natural him. If it was half a year ago, if he appeared in the crowd in this state, then it would not be a simple side glance. It would be shock and a sensation. Because at that time, if he didn't hide it, then the strength of his aura alone was comparable to the peak of the Earth celestial stage. Moreover, he was not an ordinary expert at the peak of the Earth celestial stage. But now, in his natural state, he had lost all of his extraordinary sharpness. It could be said that he was too ordinary on his original foundation. Was he weaker than before? That was impossible. He had only turned I am the heavens and the earth, and the heavens and the earth are me into a basic state, and it was the most ordinary state, like breathing. If he was compared to a peerless sword, Then now was the moment when the sword returned to its sheath and restrained all of its light. But this sheath was his body, his state of mind, and his Tao. So long as he was willing, when he unsheathed the sword, it would be the moment when his fierce and extraordinary aura would be fully revealed. This was not a concealment technique, but a return to simplicity of the great Tao. Phew, this feeling is really good. Only the true self is the great freedom. Low-key or high-profile, they are all fog, fetters, and demonic barriers on the way to the peak of the great Tao. No matter when, no matter where, no matter what I encounter, only when I face it with my true self can I always be clear of my heart, see my nature, and keep my spirit and chi. Swish! A ray of light flashed between his eyebrows. After half a year, Chun Hao finally entered the second world again, and he entered with his real identity. As expected, he did not receive any information about his real identity, whether it was Long Ting, Long Yi, eldest senior brother Gu Chen, or the two masters. They all knew that Chun Hao would not enter with his real identity again. Moreover, they did not dare to send any information about his real identity. However, in half a year, Chun Hao, whose state of mind and cultivation had undergone a transformation, directly chose to enter with his true body. Moreover, from now on, he would be himself and would no longer be anyone else, nor would he disguise himself as anyone else. Everything would be natural. Of course, after setting off for the primitive mystery land, he could not hide his real identity. Beep, beep, beep. Chun Hao sent a short message to Long Ting, Long Yi, eldest senior brother Gu Chen, and the two masters, telling them that his real identity was online. In the law enforcement hall of the Alliance Center, Yang City, the second world. Beep, beep, beep. It has locked onto Chun Hao. Ah, where is he? The location confirmed by the signal is the East Stream City of the vast universe star. Phew. Half a year ago, when the results of the test for the Earth celestial stage came out, he entered the second world, which was in Tianyu City. Today, half a year later, when we were about to set off for the primitive mystery land, he appeared again. It seems that, as we have estimated, he has advanced to the Earth celestial stage, and he has obtained the qualification to enter the primitive mystery land. It should be, this guy is really not simple. It is incredible that he has advanced to the Earth celestial stage in such a short time, and he was able to pass the test. That is to say, whether he is at the medium stage or the later stage of the Earth celestial stage. He has the strength of an ordinary genius at the peak of the later stage of the Earth celestial stage. Moreover, he has a good magic treasure. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 653. That's right. His disappearance for 2 years could be said to be without the support of any providence. He really didn't know how this kid's strength had increased so quickly. We'll see what happens in the primitive mystic realm. It'll be best if he dies there. However, if he gets a great opportunity, I'm afraid we'll have to pay a price for the battle 7.5 years later. Yes, that's true. When the time comes, the law enforcement hall might have to bleed. The hall master asked the higher-ups. Although the Divine Temple cares about such a genius, they won't disrespect the Asianing Star Alliance because of him. The battle won't be canceled, but they won't let us mess around. However, the law enforcement hall is already involved in this matter. There's no turning back. When the time comes, the Valley of Happiness will bleed, and we'll have to work behind the scenes. All right, let's report this to the Hall Master and the Valley of Happiness, although the possibility of encountering him is close to zero. Yes, for the Earth Celestial Realm's primitive mystic realm, the number of cultivators from the vast universe galaxy, independent cultivators, large factions, and large sects added up to 500 million. The other 9 galaxies also had 500 million according to the agreement. In addition to the number of cultivators from other galaxies, there were close to 10 billion cultivators. Although the primitive mystic realm was huge, one could imagine the chaos after 10 billion cultivators poured in. The chances of killing Chun Hao in the middle of it were close to 0. Beep, beep, beep. Chun Hao, why are you here with your real body? Venerable Han Mei and Venerable Yun Wei were pleasantly surprised to see Chun Hao again, but they were also worried and puzzled. Junior brother. Eldest senior brother Gu Chun looked calm as he stared at Chun Hao's image with sparkling eyes. After Chun Hao sent out the message, the 3 of them applied for communication and formed a team mode. Master, senior brother, don't worry. Even if they find me, they won't have time to rush to vast universe stars East Flow City. Even if they come, what can they do to me in the city? Besides, we're about to set off. Don't worry. But they know you're in East Flow City. If they go through East Flow City and enter the primitive mystic realm, is it possible to communicate with the outside world in the primitive mystic realm? Junior brother, you haven't reported yet, have you? Upon hearing Chun Hao's words, Gu Chun asked directly. I've just returned to East Flow City. I'm about to go. Chun Hao said, no wonder you don't know. It's like this. After Gu Chun explained it to Chun Hao understood what was going on. As it turned out, every 100 people formed a small group. 10 small groups formed a small team of 1,000 people. 10 small teams formed a large team of 10,000 people. 10 large teams formed a regiment of 10,000 people. 10 regiments formed a division of 1,000,000 people. 10 divisions formed an army of 10 million people. This army was called a legion. The 36 main planets of the vast universe galaxy, like the Yang planet, could form 36 legions with a total of 360 million Earth celestial stage cultivators. Of course, the number of people was not strictly limited to 10 million. It was possible to have more or less. However, the fluctuation would not exceed 1 million. The vast universe galaxy was the core of the vast universe galaxy. According to the cities and top forces, there were 14 legions. Every cultivator in each of the 50 legions would receive the legion's identity token. According to rank, they could be divided into ordinary tokens, team leader and vice team leader 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 tokens. There were a total of 5,002 positions above team leader and vice team leader. These positions were held by the 5,002 strongest cultivators in the vast universe temple with the best overall ability. Those below team leader and vice team leader might not necessarily be disciples of the temple. The higher the level of the token, the greater the range and ability of the mysterious communication. The highest level of team leader and vice team leader tokens was a supreme grade divine artifact. It could transmit the situation in the primitive mystic realm to outside the primitive mystic realm at any time, and it was a passive transmission. There was no need for human intervention. Similarly, ordinary team members in the primitive mystic realm would be passively transmitted to the closest team leader token within range. Any team leader token would do. There was no need to specify a team leader token. The only condition was that there was a team leader and vice team leader within the range, and the information obtained from the team leader token would be automatically transmitted to the team leader and would be transmitted level by level until the entire situation was transmitted to the information center of the vast universe galaxy, and then it would be synchronized with the second world. This meant that in the second world, any division of the alliance would be able to obtain the situation of the primitive mystic realm cultivators at any time. No wonder so many experts are looking for partners to invest. Chun Hao thought to himself. Originally, when he saw so many experts looking for disciples to invest in the primitive mystic realm, he did not quite understand. After all, even though they had signed a contract, what the cultivator obtained in the primitive mystic realm, wasn't it just a matter of a word from him? You could not take out the things in his mind. This was fine for people who were loyal and trustworthy. If they were not trustworthy, there was nothing they could do. But now, Chun Hao understood that these investors would be able to observe the situation of the person they invested in at any time. Even if the cultivator was temporarily outside the range of the high-grade token, the effective information stored within would be sent out after reaching the range of the token. There was no chance to hide it. It was not something that could be avoided by throwing away the token. This was because the token would be directly embedded into one's primordial spirit. Haha, senior brother, master, it's all right. After entering the primitive mystic realm, if they dare to come, I'm confident that they won't be able to return. They are only at the Earth's celestial stage. There are not many who can threaten me. Master, on the other hand, after entering, just focus on cultivating. You don't have to fight for anything. I don't want any accidents to happen. Leave the rest to me. Emma, we know our own strength. Just take care of yourself. Don't worry about us. Venerable Celestial Han Mei and Venerable Celestial Yun Wei did not find anything wrong with Chun Hao's words. Although their former disciple was only at the initial stage of the Earth celestial stage, which was lower than their cultivation stage, his strength was not something that they could estimate. Especially when they heard Chun Hao's confident words, they understood that Chun Hao's current combat strength had probably reached a rather terrifying level. This was because based on their understanding of Chun Hao would never be full of himself. Otherwise, how could they have witnessed so many miracles in the past? After cutting off contact with Gu Chun and the other two, he still did not receive a reply from Long Ting and Long Yi. Chun Hao knew that the two of them should still be cultivating and training in seclusion. After all, as a disciple of the Divine Temple, Long Ting's strength was at least at the position of a captain of 10,000 people. Long Yi, as a top genius of the Death Door sect, could at least be a captain of 1,000 people or a vice captain of 10,000 people. He was not as free as a small soldier. Taking a deep breath, Chun Hao's handsome face shone with a natural arrogance, and he walked toward the center of the alliance in East Flow City. After obtaining the information from Gu Chun Hao, who was about to return to his true self, did not have the slightest scruple. On the contrary, his heart was filled with the hot-bloodedness and heroism that a young man should have. After disappearing for 2 years, even though Chun Hao's improvement was shocking and his combat strength had increased by leaps and bounds, it wasn't that he didn't notice that he could only obtain the most basic things from his repeated experiences, and it was completely based on his own strength, comprehension ability, and hard work. Not to mention a great opportunity. He hadn't even encountered a small opportunity. This was normal for ordinary cultivators, but for a top monstrous genius like Chun Hao, who was enveloped in karmic luck, it was very abnormal. At the very least, he should have discovered some decent spiritual items of heaven and earth, right? No, he had not encountered anything. This made Chun Hao understand that luck, the most mysterious thing in the world, was always playing a role. He, who had concealed his identity and disappeared without a trace, had lost the people's hearts, and thus lost his luck. Now, he wanted to restore his true self and regain his luck. And now, this primal mystic realm that had attracted the attention of the entire cultivation world was undoubtedly the best opportunity. Then let the storm come even fiercer. Let my friends and family rejoice because of me, shrouding me in luck. Let my enemies fear me because of me. A storm is coming. Let the heavens and earth move because of me, dance with the wind and clouds, rule the world, shake the universe. See, S-I, 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 S. The blood that had been silent for over 2 years began to burn once more. The fighting spirit that had been suppressed for over 2 years began to surge once more, like a sword leaving its sheath, like a dragon leaving its abyss. As Chun Hao slowly walked forwards, his aura became sharper with every step he took, until the sharpness of his aura was completely revealed. The crowd was in an uproar. At this moment, everyone was shocked by Chun Hao's sudden surge in aura. Even Chun Hao himself could not sense it, nor could he sense it above the highest heavens, because Chun Hao had completely opened his mind. The winds and clouds began to gather, creating a myriad of phenomena. But in the center of East Flow City's alliance, the Supreme Masters of Hongmeng, as well as the Supreme Masters of East Flow City's top sects, whether they were meditating or doing something, all of them revealed looks of surprise as they looked towards the void. At the same time, the powerful divine senses that only belonged to the masters of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm pierced through the void, blooming outwards. They looked towards the highest heavens, a phantom that even Daluo Jinxian couldn't catch. Golden Scale transforming into dragon. Nearly in unison, dozens of Grand Mist Supremacy realm masters spat out these words. They were filled with shock, disbelief, and even endless curiosity. Who is it who can actually trigger the phenomenon of a golden scale, transforming into a dragon? CSISI. Immediately after, several figures rushed out of their palaces and flew into the sky above East Flow City. Boundless and terrifying divine senses instantly spread out, capturing the auras they were searching for. Golden Scale is not a pond creature. Once it encounters the winds and clouds, it will transform into a dragon. The phenomenon of a golden scale transforming into a dragon was something that was rarely seen in East Flow City in 1,000,000 years. It had to be known that although East Flow City was only a small city on Vast Universe Star, it was still Vast Universe Star, the strongest planet of the entire human race. The number of masters of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm could instantly kill the total number of masters on Vast Universe Star's 36 main planets. If such a phenomenon was rarely seen in 1,000,000 years in such a place, then what about the Asianing planet? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 654. Perhaps there wouldn't even be one in thousands of years. Those who could trigger the phenomenon of a golden scale transforming into a dragon must be the most outstanding talents in the world, who could stir up the winds and clouds and lead the tide of an era. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation stage. Even a cultivator in the human celestial stage could trigger it. However, those who could trigger the golden scale transforming into a dragon, as long as there was no irresistible mutation, would definitely grow to a terrifying extent. This was because only outstanding figures of the same generation who had great luck, great aptitude, great comprehension, great perseverance, great wisdom, and so on, could trigger it. This was the tide of an era, a figure who could stir up the winds and clouds. Amidst an uproar of praise, East Flow City's #1 genius girl, the goddess in the hearts of countless young cultivators, had been born with a golden spoon in her mouth. Moreover, she dared to name herself East Flow. Pan Dong Flow was a little immature, not too beautiful, but full of charm. Her charming face was filled with a bright smile, with a trace of a girl's blush due to shyness, which made her look even more beautiful and moving. Her face, from time to time, turned slightly to look at the handsome and imposing young man beside her, as if she didn't hear the noise and praise around her. In her eyes, there was only him, and the young man's eyes were also filled with undisguised admiration. Their auras, their essence, chi and spirit, and the peerless charm of the two of them didn't need to do anything to become a superior existence in the crowd. They didn't deliberately show that they were cranes in a flock of chickens, but the surrounding cultivators, 99% of them, unconsciously regarded themselves as chickens, and the two of them as cranes. Only one figure, who had caused an uproar just now, but at this moment the attention was diverted, and he didn't notice it. The arrival of dozens of tyrannical divine thoughts made Chun Hao, who didn't deliberately and didn't notice any clues, naturally hide his achievements and fame. He didn't want to keep a low profile, but he kept a low profile. So, it's this girl? Oh, it should be Chun Lin, the disciple of the Knights Templars, who is more likely to be. Dozens of divine senses scanned the two of them and came to a conclusion. Even a Grand Mist Supremacy realm expert wouldn't be able to lock onto a specific person. They could only sense the location of the golden scale transforming dragon and determine the general location of the person who triggered it. Then, they could guess which cultivator was most likely to be the one who triggered it. As for the entrance to the Alliance Center, where countless cultivators gathered, only East Flow City's #1 genius girl, Pan Donglu, and the Holy Temple's Earth Immortal Realm expert, Teacher Chun Lin, who was ranked extremely high in the Holy Temple, were the most likely candidates. Moreover, Chun Lin was more likely to be one of them. There were around 1 million Earth Immortal Realm cultivators from East Flow City that had obtained permission to enter the Primal Mystic Realm. This included those who had passed the allocated quota, and those who had passed the Wandering Cultivator test. They formed a division, and Chun Lin was the division master that Holy Temple had appointed. What a powerful aura! The low-key Chun Hao slowly walked up to the old man in charge of reporting. When the old man saw Chun Hao, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but praise him in his heart. He was young and at the peak of the early stage of the Earth Immortal Realm, but his aura was comparable to a genius-level master at the peak of the late stage of the Earth Immortal Realm. No matter where one went, this was a rare sight. Perhaps it could only be seen in vast universe Holy Temple. "Senior, I've come to report." Chun Hao cupped his fists and said, at this moment, the peak of the reporting period had passed. Of the hundreds of reporting points, half were empty. There was no need to line up at all. "Good. Please show me your test medallion." The old man sized up Chun Hao and said, "Test number, asterisk, 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 asterisk. You may receive an ordinary token. Name, Chun Hao, Asianing Star Region, Limitless Star. It's actually just a small planet beneath the Asianing Star. 3 or 4 years ago, wasn't the Limitless Star's Chun Hao the first test result of the Asianing Star that shook the vast universe galaxy? Who?" After the old man read Chun Hao's situation through his test token, he was a little surprised that Chun Hao only had an ordinary token. After all, with such an aura, even if it wasn't enough to become a captain of 10,000 people, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a captain of 1,000 people. However, Chun Hao only had an ordinary token, which meant that he was just an ordinary soldier. But after seeing Chun Hao's real information, he immediately recalled the first test result that shook the vast universe galaxy 3 or 4 years ago. This caused the old man to look at Chun Hao with even more shock. In just 3 or 4 years, he broke through from the human immortal realm to the Earth Immortal Realm, and he also has such a powerful aura. This growth speed is too terrifying. "Senior, is there a problem?" Chun Hao couldn't help but ask when he saw the old man staring at him in a daze for a long time without responding. "No problem. Little friend Chun Hao, I really didn't expect that you would be able to come to our East Flow City to take the test. An ordinary token. You must have given up on your position, token, right? Ha, ha. Come, please drip a drop of blood essence. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Although Chun Hao's strength couldn't compare to the old man's, his potential, if nothing unexpected happened, he was destined to be at the top of the vast universe galaxy. Therefore, the old man was much more polite and even took pride in Chun Hao's participation in the Primal Mystic Realm test in East Flow City. All right, Chun Hao smiled. He directly forced out a strand of blood essence and poured it into the token that the old man handed over. Immediately, the token, which was filled with a mysterious aura, turned into a stream of light that sank between Chun Hao's eyebrows. He didn't feel anything, but Chun Hao knew that the token had been integrated into his primordial spirit. At the same time, it would become an existence that witnessed his actions in the primal mystic realm. Someone at the peak of the early Earth immortal realm has such an aura. Just as Chun Hao was about to leave, two figures appeared behind him. At this time, they were distracted from the other party and noticed Chun Hao. They said with slight surprise, "You're right. Brother, how may I address you? I am Chun Lin, a disciple of the temple and a division master assigned to East Flow City." Chun Lin cupped his fists together. Although he seemed polite, the condescending tone in his words was obvious. Of course, he didn't realize this, but if it were anyone else, they wouldn't find it strange either. After all, this person was a disciple of the temple, and was also the highest commander assigned to East Flow City for this primal mystic realm adventure. The reason he greeted Chun Hao was that he was surprised by Chun Hao's age, cultivation, and aura. Such a genius should be a disciple of the temple, but he didn't know him. Secondly, as the highest commander, he certainly had to get to know Chun Hao. After all, in his opinion, Chun Hao was definitely a captain of 10,000 soldiers. Pan Dong Lu didn't feel anything about Chun Lin's words. However, at this moment, Pan Dong Lu looked at Chun Hao and frowned slightly. She seemed to be thinking about something. If she had met Chun Hao before she met Chun Lin, she would definitely have said something because she felt a familiar aura. It made her think of an unlikely person, but at this moment, she absolutely wouldn't say anything. Regardless of whether Chun Hao was that person or not, it no longer had any meaning. It was just like what that person had said to her with an aged voice. The person you are waiting for is a genius whose battle prowess and age are on par with yours, not me. And now she had waited, and it was someone who exceeded her expectations in all aspects. At this time, how could she say that she was a young girl who had impulsively confessed in public because of the mysterious, powerful, and difficult to find? Geniuses were all arrogant, especially Chun Hao, whose bones were filled with an arrogant aura, was even more so. Therefore, people of the same kind were also sensitive. Others took it for granted, but Chun Hao could feel the other party's sense of superiority in front of him. Of course, he felt it, but he didn't think that Chun Hao would fight back. There was no need for that. After all, this was not tit for tat. And Chun Hao also knew the other party's intention. "My name is Chun Hao, a lowly soldier." Chun Hao cupped his fists and returned the greeting with a smile. "A soldier? Just by your aura and absolute strength, you can get the position of a captain. It seems that you took the initiative to give it up, but it doesn't matter. As long as you perform well, I will give you what you deserve." "Thank you," Chun Hao said, neither servile nor overbearing, but in his heart he was muttering about this guy's official airs. He took the initiative to give up being an official. Naturally, he wanted to be a lone ranger. Why would he join them in group activities? "Ha ha, Brother Chen, Sometimes when the strength of a team is used, the gains obtained are definitely far greater than that of an individual. No matter how strong one's luck is, in a race against time, there is a limit to what one can obtain. You have to think about it carefully. Chunlin seemed to have seen through Chun Hao's thoughts. When Chun Hao saluted and turned around, and at the same time nodded politely to Fan Donglu and left, he reminded him again. "When necessary, I will appear," Chun Hao said. His figure flashed, and he quickly rushed to the exit. But Chun Hao, who had just rushed out of the door, suddenly came to a sudden stop. He almost fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open. He looked at the figure with his hands on his hips and his legs apart. He had a devilish smile on his face, and the same excited smile on his face. He slightly raised his good-looking chin and stared straight at him. "Cough, cough. Humph. Ha, ha, ha. Why are you here? Why can't I be here? Appointed captain. Captain, aren't you looking down on me too much? I am the commander of an army of 100,000 men. You are a small soldier in 100,000 men squads or 1,100 men squads under my command. Why are you not bowing when you see this regiment commander? Hello, regiment commander. Goodbye, regiment commander." Although Chun Hao was very excited in his heart, he was speechless as he looked at the girl in front of him. He bowed and said very cooperatively, "Ah, what are you doing? Wait for me. I haven't reported yet. Brother has booked a room in the Flowing Cloud restaurant and is waiting for you." Hiss. After Chun Hao finished speaking, he turned into a ray of light and left like lightning. Although he had decided not to hide anymore and return to his true self, he did not want to attract too much attention before he had even started. This girl did not care, but a small soldier traveling alone cared. How could such a big regiment commander hang around? What kind of scandal was that? Furthermore, if there was a necessary group activity and he was given too little, wouldn't it attract criticism? This girl obviously did not understand the way of being an official. "Rogue, you didn't even wait for me for a while." Long Ting was so angry that she stomped her feet. A trace of shyness flashed across her face as she thought to herself. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.